number 9 slot. The starting pitcher is right-hander Duke von Schaman. He is 0-1 with a 9.00 earned run average. The opening night festivities continue here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. We'll be back in just a moment, right after these messages.
You could hear the whispers of the field calling out for somebody to play on. Well, the club heard those whispers and decided to host a huge baseball camp for area players.
I apologize, that system doesn't seem to be working, so we'll go to plan B.
Ladies and gentlemen, lining the field tonight, we are honored to welcome a showcase of healthcare heroes.
Come to Gockenauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gockenauers.com. Thanks for your support.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings, a delicious sub made the way you love, fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals all in one delivery.
Lancaster Barnstormers taking on the York Revolution tonight as the pregame ceremonies continue. Right-handers Duke von Schaman and Dominic DeSabatino are the scheduled starters. Again, Brooks Hall had his contract purchased earlier today by the Milwaukee Brewers, so the count continues to increase. That is the 7th player now, the 6th starting pitcher that the Barnstormers have lost to Major League Baseball, and we certainly congratulate those who have moved on. That is the entire purpose, baseball-wise, of the Atlantic League, is to serve as an opportunity for players who don't have contracts with a Major League organization, but they have that chance to go back, so congratulations to Brooks. The problem facing the Barnstormers isn't so much that they have lost 7 players. That has happened before. It's the fact that 6 of the starting pitchers, and it's very, very difficult at this point in time to replenish the tank. So again, to recap, there was Ryan Eads, a guy that Ross basically had an agreement with, and then he signed with the Houston Astros. Brandon Lawson went with the Houston Astros. Tyler Herb with the Seattle Mariners. Then after we got started here this season, we had Brian Brickhouse signed out of spring training with the Dodgers. Then next up after his one start was Heath Fillmeyer. He went to the Cleveland Indians. And finally today, Brooks Hall having his contract purchased by the Milwaukee Brewers. The one position player that is gone, B.J. Boyd, went to the Minnesota Twins organization out of our spring training camp. We were just about to board the bus on the way down to North Carolina when we got the word that Boyd had accepted the offer from the Minnesota Twins, and he went on to their AA affiliate in Wichita, Kansas. So there is certainly a need for pitching in the affiliated leagues, and the Barnstormers and the Atlantic League are glad to oblige, that is for sure, but it is creating some issues here in the Atlantic League, and one of the issues we're facing is the incredible average time of game. York has played 2 9-inning games in excess of 4 hours. The Barnstormers' longest individual game is 3:50. We're averaging 3 hours and 24 minutes for the 7 games on the road trip. That said, it ended up being a pretty good trip for the Barnstormers. They do come home in first place in the Northern Division. They're 4-3. York is 2-5. York dropped 3 of 4 at home to High Point, and then went down to Gastonia and dropped the first 2. Statistically, they made up for it last night with that 20-5 thumping of the Honey Hunters down at Caramount Health Park. We're at Clipper Magazine Stadium tonight. It's great to be back in our home yard. It has been 628 days since the last Atlantic League regular season game was played here at 650 North Prince Street, and there is a certain amount of energy certainly in this ballpark, and it's good to see all of our regular fans out here, and a lot of folks have come back. There is room for you if you want to come out and enjoy the night with us. I think people got scared off by the weather forecast that didn't look so promising for the earlier hours today. Nothing developed. It's a beautiful day, a beautiful evening for a ball game here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. So we are excited to be back and bringing you Barnstormers baseball. It's the first of 3. We've got a night game with fireworks to follow tomorrow. Daytime baseball coming up on Sunday. York will depart. The Barnstormers have what will be a pretty regular thing this year. That is a Monday off day. The league, just to try and break things up travel-wise, and not knowing what stage or where the country would be, where the individual markets would be in terms of the pandemic. They wanted the Monday break to catch up in case there were any outbreaks or whatever, try and bridge the gap and get teams through. It also helps out tremendously with the travel. The only Mondays that are being played, unless we need to make up some games later on in the year, are the Monday holidays. Memorial Day, everybody but the Barnstormers in Gastonia played. 4th of July, everybody's playing. Labor Day, everybody's playing. But outside of that, it is a pretty much Mondays are off on the schedule here in 2021. Gastonia will be coming in on Tuesday. The Honey Hunters will make their first visit to Clipper Magazine Stadium. So come on out, and some things aren't any different. Jason Rogers and Mauro Gazzo wearing black and yellow, just like they did with the New Britain Bees. That'll look familiar, but everything else is different. Beautiful new ballpark, a great opportunity down in Gastonia, North Carolina. They're trying to do exactly what was done in High Point, and you can see it with the construction going on around the ballpark in High Point, North Carolina, the cornerstone of some urban renovation in both of those markets. Right now, we're going to send you down to the field and our national anthem.
For the presentation of the colors for tonight's game, presenting the colors for tonight's game, please welcome the 108 Field Artillery Battalion members of the Pennsylvania National Guard. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to take a moment of silence to remember all of the members of the community, and especially the Barnstormers family, that we have lost since we last met here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. And now to perform the national anthem of the United States of America, the Hatfield High School Marching Band.
Is he awake or is he just switching?
Our national anthem this evening, and now we'll fall silent to allow the colors to leave the field.
How are you? How did that feel for you? We did. I saw we did pretty good too. We won 2, lost 1. Wow, that's good.
Thank you.
One of the elements here tonight was a moment of silence, and to add to that, there were so many that were lost. Season ticket holders, longtime fans, longtime employees here at the stadium, but maybe the most tragic loss in my heart, because it was at such a young age during this time away from Clipper Magazine Stadium, was the loss of former Barnstormers player and pitching coach Rich Rundles, who passed away about a year and a half ago. Tragically, he was in his late 30s, and either yesterday or today would have been Rich's 40th birthday, and he is missed terribly by all of us in the Barnstormers family. He was working with his dad, going to grad school and working as a graduate assistant coach, the pitching coach of his father down at the University of West Alabama, and a life cut short too soon. And Rich, we miss you. The Barnstormers and the York Revolution meeting for the first time of 25 meetings this year in the War of the Roses. This is the 14th Atlantic League edition of the War of the Roses, and the season series are dead even. It is 6 wins for the Barnstormers, 6 wins for the Rebs, and a 20-game even split at 10-10 back in 2012. The Rebs hold the all-time lead in games, 135 to 125 over the Barnstormers, thanks largely to a 16-4 rout in the season series in 2010. York won in 19, 11-8. The Community Cup belongs to the Revolution at the moment. The Barnstormers hope to take the first step tonight to bring that cup back to Lancaster and to fill it with, appropriately, Red Roses in 2022. The meeting taking place at home plate. Ross Peoples is out there for the Barnstormers, and I believe that is Noel Polanco for the York Revolution. Before we get started tonight, our umpiring crew has Bill Worthington behind the plate. Now, Bill's certainly a familiar man in blue here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. He's been here often over the years, but his partners tonight are John Ramsey and Nicholas Mull, and we have, to the best of my recollection, not had either one of those at any previous Lancaster Barnstormers games. Ramsey will handle first base, and Mull will handle third here tonight. Ross Peoples explaining the ground rules of Clipper Magazine Stadium, a field which he has known extremely well it's his 16th season with the Barnstormers, and only Kevin Baez has spent more years in uniform with an Atlantic League club. He spent 18 as a player, coach, and manager with the Long Island Ducks. Brett Jody was around Somerset for 16 years, and Ross Peoples now year 16 with the Lancaster Barnstormers. He is entrenched in this community. Ross has become Mr. Baseball here in Lancaster. It is 300 down the right field line, 325 down the left field line, 400 to straightaway center field. And one of the features here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, the traditional colors don't matter. Our foul poles are pink, our batter's eye is purple, and the Atlantic League takes a lot of pride in that. We don't have yellow foul poles, we do not have a green batter's eye, but they serve exactly the same purpose as those traditional colors have. The meeting at home plate breaks up. The Barnstormers are out stretching, as is York. They're being given a few extra minutes here tonight after the speeches during the opening ceremonies. They need a little bit more time to limber up. And of course, as I said earlier, these two teams are both coming off long bus rides on the way home last night. It was a ride through the dark. We watched the sun come up this morning, albeit it was to some extent very foggy in those early morning hours today. Didn't really get a great view of a pretty sunrise today, but you knew it was getting progressively lighter through the fog as we were working our way up Interstate 81 from southwestern Virginia after cutting northward out of High Point, North Carolina. York coming back from Gastonia last night, having a similar trip up Interstate 81, and just Virginia alone, Interstate 81 goes on for 323 miles. You're not on all of it on the trips to Gastonia and High Point, but you are on a substantial portion of that 323-mile journey on 81. And then once you get out of Virginia, you've got West Virginia, you've got Maryland, and then on into Pennsylvania. It seemed like an interminable trip up 81 last night, but both teams made it safely, and they are ready to tangle here this evening at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Our ball game now is roughly 15 minutes behind schedule as the Barnstormers will take on the York Revolution. DeSabatino against Von Schaman tonight. Tomorrow night, the Barnstormers will send Danny Taggart to the mound for his second start, and he'll match up against left-hander Austin Nicely. And Game 3 on Sunday afternoon between the Barnstormers and the Revs will feature Tommy Shirley going for Lancaster. He has been golden so far, and Tommy will match up against right-hander Austin Steinfurt, who struggled to find the strike zone in his first outing against the High Point Rockers. Lancaster Barnstormers and York Revolution here tonight. With the unbalanced schedule this season, these teams meet 25 times in the 120 games. They'll get used to each other. The Barnstormers also play Long Island 25 times, and we'll see the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs for 24. As I mentioned, we're done in Gastonia. The Barnstormers do not head down to Gastonia anymore this year, and one more trip to High Point, and that comes very late in the season. 10 games against Gastonia, 12 each against West Virginia, Lexington, and High Point. So the North plays the North, the South plays the South, meant to cut down a bit on travel, and that had a couple of ideas behind it. One of those was just to limit the wear and tear on the players, and the other was so that there would be less mingling in case we were still really in the heart of the COVID pandemic. At this point, it does seem to be waning, and hopefully will just fade into the history books in another month or two. We won't have to worry about it too much anymore. That remains to be seen. But right now, the numbers are good. The players get tested. I get tested at the beginning of every series, and so far, so good as far as we're all concerned. The negative tests, the entire team, every series, and that includes back in the spring training time. So may it never hit, may it completely stay away. and we'll be good to go, and the same is true with our fans. That being said, there are a couple of sections held out for socially distanced seating. So if you're still tentative about the virus, maybe you can't get vaccinated for whatever health reason, and you're a little afraid maybe to go out in public, you want to stay socially distanced, well, the truth is that we have a couple of sections with pods. You can remain socially distanced in Clipper Magazine Stadium if you so choose. Just let them know at the ticket office that will be the case. Otherwise, we are mask optional as per the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That kicked in on Tuesday. We have the opportunity now to return to some semblance of normalcy, and tonight again is a major step in the right direction. Barnstormers baseball is back at Clipper Magazine Stadium, the first of 60 at home here this season, and make sure you're part of a lot of this. Obviously, the entire sports and entertainment industry took a terrible financial hit last year, and the Barnstormers were able to weather the storm. Mike Reynolds has talked about it. The ownership here promised that when this pandemic was over, Barnstormers baseball would be here, and they have delivered on that front. So it's the Barnstormers, it is the York Revolution, and we are set to go. Right-hander Dominic DeSabatino on the hill tonight for the Barnstormers. He is from Middletown, Delaware. He has turned 25 years of age, by the way. I said 24 mistakenly. 6'4", 210 pounds. He pitched in the Northwest League at Tri-City, which is Richland, Pasco, and Kennewick, Washington, in the San Diego Padres organization. He was there in 16, again, pitched in 19. He went 4-0 for the Dust Devils that year. The right-hander will be backed up defensively by Blake Alamond at third. Clea Luis Rondon is the shortstop. Melvin Mercedes at second base. Kelly Dugan is over at first. Caleb Gindel, Devon Torrance, Blake Gale in the outfield from left to right. Trayvon Robinson still not 100%, and the Barnstormers are being cautious with him. The one area in which the Barnstormers have great wealth is the outfield. And another star outfielder, from what I understand, may very well be on his way and arrive here this weekend. An overload of riches, in a sense, in the outfield. All five of these outfielders have proven that they're everyday players in the Atlantic League, and a sixth one is on the way, and Ross is going to have to be very creative with how he uses his outfield over the coming weeks, and it opens the possibility, if you really stop to think about it, with the Barnstormers long on outfielders, short on pitchers, do we have another Travis Witherspoon for Kelvin De La Cruz trade in the offing? Because that is a definite possibility, but who do you trade? Ladarius Clark is your right-handed weapon. Devon Torrance brings your speed. Caleb Gindel, Blake Gale, and Trayvon Robinson, they're Barnstormers to the max. You don't want to trade any one of them away. So it's going to be interesting to see how Ross handles this over the coming seasons. Well, we've said it a lot over the last few years. Here's Darian Sanford leading off. But what we haven't said is here's Darian Sanford leading off for the opposing team. Darian traded to the York Revolution before last season, and he's in there to start things off. He is 6 for 26 for the Revs, but already 6 stolen bases. You just can't let him get on. The motion and the first pitch from DeSabatino swung on and missed, and we are underway after a 628-day hiatus here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. No balls, 1 strike, the count on the center fielder, Sanford. The first baseman, Dugan, plays up, as does the third baseman, Alimond. Dom DeSabatino into the motion. There's a ground ball pulled to Dugan, and DeSabatino does the job. He keeps the speedster off base. Sanford grounds out, 3 unassisted, and now Edwin Figuera will come to the plate. Figuera has joined the Revs recently. He's 2 for 7 on the year with a double and a run batted in. The York Revolution had the guy I thought was their best player for the 2 games that I watched during spring training, Orlando Calixta, their shortstop. He got signed by the New York Mets, and here we are. Figueroa, the starting shortstop now. He took on Calixta's uniform number, and he takes a strike from Dominic DeSabatino. DeSabatino gave up 3 runs in the 9th inning against Gastonia on opening night down in North Carolina. But other than that, he has looked really sharp. 4 hits, 4 runs in 4 innings. He has walked 1, struck out 6. He delivers outside, and the count to Figueroa goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. Dave Collins with you from Clipper Magazine Stadium. We've got Ryan Cortazzo and his great camera crew coming your way. Figueroa batting at 1 ball, 1 strike here. Brilliant sunshine tonight. A lovely evening at Clipper Magazine Stadium. And again, come on out and enjoy it with us if you have the opportunity to do so. Ball 2 is away to Figueroa, right-handed batter the entire way. 2 balls, 1 strike. Melky Mesa, who more and more is becoming the face of the York Revolution franchise this decade, waits on deck. 2 balls and 1 strike. The pitch is hit in the air, grounded rather on the right side and through. It got past Mercedes out to right field. And Figueroa is on with a 1-out base hit. Ground ball on the right side. Mercedes went after it. Melky Mesa will come to the plate. Mesa is 9 for 29. 6 of the hits have been for extra bases and no home runs. He has 5 doubles and a triple. He's driven in 3. The Barnstormers will set the infielders at double play depth. Still, the ball club has turned only 1 double play on the season. DeSabatino could use 1 here. 1 out, 1 on. Couple of ground balls on the right side. 1 fielded, the other one not. The infield looking to turn 2. DeSabatino struck out 4 in 2 innings against High Point on Wednesday. Fastball is high, ball 1. And that begs the question of just how much does he have in the tank tonight, and where does Ross go after there? Now, the Barnstormers did announce today the signing of Gabriel Moya. He's a left-hander who has had a great career in the minors with some time as a Minnesota Twin at the major league level. And they look forward to Moya's arrival, which as of yet hasn't been scheduled. Swinging a foul back. Mesa batting at 1 ball and 1 strike. Good crowd on hand tonight. We still have some room, but this is the best crowd that we have seen this season. Of course, a larger stadium than the 2 recently built ballparks down in North Carolina and the smaller cities of High Point and Gastonia. I'd love to see both of those really take off. I think Gastonia has a chance to. That's a great situation down there. 1 ball, 1 strike, and Mesa pulls a sharp drive foul. It is 1-2. York just came back from there. The established clubs in the league are trying to work with the newbies on some of the nuances of running a ballpark, but the energy definitely is there. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Mesa. Leading off first is Figueroa, who hasn't tried to steal yet this season. And you won't hear the pitch from DeSabatino is a fastball up. Mesa bats at 2-2. Nelly Rodriguez, one of the top hitters in the league so far this year, waits on deck. Top half of the first inning. The home season underway at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Mesa being played to hit to the opposite field. Gindel is far off the left field line. DeSabatino delivers, and that is ball 3. As an off-speed pitch faded inside. Now 3-2. We'll see if Figueroa takes off. What does Mark Mason have planned? Noel Polanco relaying the signals from over at third. Sandy De Leon is coaching first base for York. Different look to their uniforms with the more gray than anything else here in 2021. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The DeSabatino pitch is wide, ball 4. He has put Mesa on. The walks continue. We have averaged 11.4 walks per ball game between the Barnstormers and their opposition, and those walks are evenly split. Lancaster's drawn 40, Lancaster has issued 40, and now 41. Nelly Rodriguez to the plate, right-handed batter. He is 10 for 24 with 2 doubles, a home run, and to this point on the season, 5 runs batted in. Figuera, the runner at second. Mesa behind him at first. DeSabatino making his first Atlantic League start. Checks the runners from the set. He'll deliver, and Rodriguez takes the ball inside. It's 1-0. I have kidded on more than one occasion with Ross Peoples about him activating himself, and it would be a dire move. Remember, Ross has not taken the mound since 2014, and he's now 41 years of age. There's a swing and a high fly ball deep to right center field. Way back this one goes, and the walls will not contain it. Nelly Rodriguez with a 3-run homer, and York has jumped ahead 3-0 in the first inning. Rodriguez with his second home run of the season. Remember, DeSabatino just found out this afternoon that he was starting tonight, and he pitched 2 innings 2 nights ago. Brooks Hall, a late scratch. He decided to accept an offer from the Milwaukee Brewers that had been on the table. He was going to pitch tonight initially because there were other clubs that had scouts coming. They wanted to see him, and he was going to see what the better offer was, and then he decided that he didn't want to risk it, and he took the offer from Milwaukee. So no Brooks Hall here tonight. Dominic DeSabatino gets thrown out there. Again, coming off 2 innings just 2 days ago. He is low to Carlos Franco, who is 5 for 16 with a home run and 7 runs driven in. York already with a 3 spot on the board. DeSabatino goes to work, and the pitch. It fades low, and the count is 2-0. There have been over 30 contracts purchased. I believe Hall's is the 34th from the Atlantic League, and we're only a week into this season. The late start had something to do with it. To Franco, a swing and a foul tip. It is 2 balls and a strike. The crowd has continued to swell. It is a good turnout tonight. Not completely packed, but a healthy crowd. 2 balls and 1 strike on the left-handed batting Franco. Rashad Crawford is on deck, and DeSabatino is high with his fastball. It is 3-1. He throws hard. He tops out around 94. The 6'4", slender 6'4", right-hander from Middletown, Delaware. 3 balls, 1 strike. Franco is being played to pull. Here's the motion and the pitch. There's a swing and a fly ball to center. Torrance a bit to a straightaway center, moving to his right. He makes the catch. There's your second out. Rashad Crawford will come to the plate. Crawford is 9 out of 26 with 2 runs batted in. Do not be dismayed by the 3-run deficit, because York's pitching has struggled through this season. Their team earned run average is 7.34. They have played a lot of high-scoring games. Now, the Barnstormers will have ample opportunity to come back in this very hitting-friendly ballpark. 2 outs, nobody on, and the pitch to Crawford is fouled straight back. No balls in the strike. Barnstormers in York underway. The 2021 home schedule has commenced. Certainly the goal is to get all 60 home games in. So far, so good for the Barnstormers. We haven't had any weather interruptions. York got rained out of its home opener a week ago tonight. The weather much better this weekend than last. High fly ball, left field. Jogging in is Gindel. He is there for the catch, and it will end the inning. 3 runs across, though. Nelly Rodriguez continues to tear up the Atlantic League. 2 hits in the inning, no errors, nobody left on base. We're through 1/2 inning with the score, the York Revolution 3 and the Lancaster Barnstormers coming up.
Localflavor.com, local flavor, localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again, I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Here's Devon Torrance leading off the bottom of the first inning. Torrance had a great road trip. He was 8 out of 14, 6 for 10 in his 2 starts. He looks at a pitch wide from Duke von Schaman, 6'5", 220-pound 30-year-old, a right-hander out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. He comes back with the 1-0 to Torrance, cut on and missed. The count will level up at a ball and a strike. Gindel and Galen will follow. This trio provided the thrust last night, a combined 8 out of 14 with 5 runs batted in. Torrance with a high pop fly out the left, giving chase into foul territory as Mesa Hill have no play. Duke von Schaman out ahead of the switch batting Devon Torrance at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Barnstormers trying to make up an early 3-run deficit here on the home run ball by Rodriguez. The most damaging home run in any Barnstormers game this year. All 6 hit by Lancaster have been solo. Here's the 1-2, off speed, and it missed. Make it 2 balls and 2 strikes to Torrance. He has reached base in every game but 1, which is startling considering the fact that most of the time he is pinch hit. And the 2-2 offering. Swing, and there's a bouncing ball, but right at the first baseman, Franco. Torrance is retired. Sanford and Torrance with similar results, and hopefully the trend of similarity will continue. Caleb Gindel to the plate. Gindel once more tore up High Point. He loves hitting against that ball club, or so it would appear. He was 7 for 12 in the series at Truist Point, and he had 384 against them 2 years ago. 300 overall for Gindel with a couple of doubles, a couple of home runs, and 4 driven in. Takes a pitch up and away, off speed from von Schaman. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Blake Galen in the on-deck circle are still waiting for home run number 100. Gindel with a swing and a foul away. The count is a ball and a strike on Caleb. High Point has lost more players to major league organizations than the Barnstormers have, but High Point's losses have been scattered, and consequently, you can withstand them a little better. Foul back, it's 1 and 2. As I said, the Barnstormers could afford losing B.J. Boyd. who signed with Minnesota. That was an easier hole to fill. 1-2 is upstairs. Ball 2 and 2 strikes the count on Gindel. At Ross Peoples is happy for the guys leaving, and you have to be. Again, that's what we're all about. Swung on and missed. Gindel is gone. 2 up and 2 down against Von Schaman. And Blake Galen will come to the plate. When will number 100 happen? He did not pick up a home run on the road trip. Did he save it for tonight? It's not that Galen was unproductive on the trip. He was 7 for 24 with 7 runs batted in, but he was doing it with singles and 1 double. But it's a little easier to reach the right field porch here than it is in either Gastonia or High Point. Upstairs for a ball, it is 1-0. Melvin Mercedes, the switch-hitting second baseman and cleanup hitter for the Barnstormers because of his great start, and Robinson being on the shelf here for a couple of days, waits on deck. Galen takes ball 2. 2 outs, nobody on. Lancaster down by 3 here in the bottom half of the first inning. Breaking ball stays outside. Blake Galen also known for drawing a tremendous number of walks in his Barnstormer career. And he's on the verge maybe of another. Here's the 3-0. He lets that one go. It's ball 4 outside. Galen is on board, and Melvin Mercedes will come to the plate. Melvin is 9 for 24, tied with Gindel for the team lead in hits. Tied for second in runs batted in. He leads in doubles. His power on the road trip was all to left field. We'll see if he adjusts here in Lancaster. Galen takes the lead. Breaking ball to the inside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Not too many other professional baseball teams have a number 3 hitter, a number 2 hitter who's 5'8", a number 3 hitter who's 5'8", and a cleanup hitter who is 5'6", I assure you. The height comes back with Kelly Dugan in the 5 slot. 0-1, the count to Mercedes. Boy, he had a wonderful trip. Galen inches off first, held there by Franco. The pitch to Melvin is away. Von Schaman, more of a finesse pitcher, not a really hard thrower. The count level with the Barnstormers' second baseman, Melvin Mercedes, his second season in the Atlantic League, but the first was carved up by the broken ankle. That's fine now. 1-1 to Mercedes. And to the plate, fouled off. Von Schaman with the edge at 1-2. Von Schaman in his first start gave up 5 hits, 5 runs in 5 innings. He walked 4, struck out 3. That was at Peoples Bank Park against the High Point Rockers. Galen out to a lead. Mercedes awaits the 1-2. The set and the pitch. Mercedes swings and lines this out to right field, heading into the corner. Galen will race for third. He'll be held up there. Mercedes has his 4th double of the season, and Kelly Dugan will try to answer at least part of the home run by Rodriguez in the top of the inning. Mercedes roping a double down the right field line. His club leading 10th hit. He has 17 total bases on the season. It's really been quite a beginning for the Barnstormer second baseman. Now Kelly Dugan steps in. Dugan is 6 for 25, hitting .240 with 3 runs knocked in. All his hits have been singles. That will change at some point. Man who once hit 20 home runs in a season in the Phillies organization. Off speed and away for ball 1. Third baseman Blake Alemond waits on deck. That short porch in right, awfully tempting at the moment. Here comes the 1-0 to Dugan. He lays off, ball 2 is high. And a 2-0 count. Rodriguez didn't use the short porch. His blast was out toward the TEC backyard and the far reaches of right center field. 2 balls, no strikes to Dugan. Galen up the line from third. Mercedes off second. Here is the pitch. Kelly takes the full rip, and he misses. 2 balls and a strike. Club down by 3, first base open. You're a left-handed hitter, expect to drive in some runs. You're going to let it fly at 2 balls and nothing. You can afford the swing and the miss. Now 2-1 with Alemond waiting on deck. Von Schaman ready to go to Dugan, swinging a ground ball to second. That is handled by Dunton, and Von Schaman is out of the inning. The Barnstormers are unable to match the 3-run homer. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and Lancaster strands 2. We're done with 1 full inning here at Clipper Magazine Stadium tonight with the score, the York Revolution 3 and the Lancaster Barnstormers nothing.
The Lexus NX is crafted to take on the modern adventure called life.
Alexa, what's the quickest route home?
With Amazon Alexa compatibility and the advanced Lexus safety system, the Lexus NX is modern utility for the modern world. Because modern obstacles require modern solutions. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Amazon Alexa and all related logos are trademarks of Amazon.com Inc. or its affiliates. Not all Amazon Alexa functionality is available for in-vehicle use.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take Mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Boy, that sun is bright, but I think I'm running out of things to confess to. I have declared over the years, with that sun shining straight in my eyes here in the first base side broadcast booth, to being Jack the Ripper, kidnapping the Lindbergh baby, shooting JR, being DB Cooper. So pick your favorite episode of Forensic Files, and I did it. Just get that sun out of my eyes, please. Here is Josh Vitters, the third baseman, right-handed batter. Former big leaguer, out to a 5 for 23 beginning. He swings and misses. 0-1. The count against Dominic DeSabatino, who was touched for the 3-run home run by Nelly Rodriguez back in the first inning. Lancaster unable to counter, although they did build a threat with 2 outs. DeSabatino delivers. That's fouled away. Little looper toward the first base side, and it is 0-2. Well, the Barnstormers may be trailing 3-0, but it is great to have the people back. I missed everybody. I was fortunate, unlike so many others. I did have my wife and my son under the same roof, so at least there were a couple of other people to talk to during all that time of lockdowns and social distancing. Ball 1 is high, 1-2. But we all kind of wanted to get out and see more people. And now that is possible. Vitters batting 1-2. Here's a pitch. He got him. DeSabatino notches strikeout number 1. Second baseman Andrew Dunton will come to the plate. 2 for 12 with 7 runs batted in. In the background, you may have picked up the sound effect for the opposing strikeout. I believe it's Aunt Joni from the insurance commercial going through the refrigerator with the expired. Tom Richards, I think, spends all winter And now he had 2 full winners to come up with these ingenious ideas. First pitch fastball for a strike on Dunton. He is 2 for 12, but has 7 runs batted in and only 1 double. He's like Cleo Luis Rendon, the master of getting runs home on outs. Breaking ball misses down and away, and it is 1-1. Rendon has done that for the Barnstormers. He's 3 for 3, driving in runners from third base with fewer than 2 outs, and I believe they've all been on either ground balls or a sac fly. Dunton awaits the 1-1, 1 out, nobody on. DeSabatino comes back and dances that pitch off the outside corner for ball 2. And now a 2-ball and 1 strike count. Play is in the top half of the second inning. 25-year-old Dominic DeSabatino pitched at Hartford Community College. He was ticketed to go to the University of Maryland as a shortstop. Foul ball back out of play. Dunton batting at 2-2. This year, we're headed in the direction of position players pitching. You think back to Justin Jackson, who went from pitching back to playing shortstop some in 2016. Down and away on the slider, and it's 3-2. It looked like DeSabatino's arm angle dropped on that. Sometimes that can be by choice, sometimes that can be a sign of fatigue. I don't know if he would be fatigued yet. Here comes the payoff pitch, and it is wide, ball 4. Dunton picks up a walk. That is 2 issued by DeSabatino, but Shaman has given up 1. Tyler Hill, the catcher, comes to the plate. 2 out of 8 for Hill on the season. Right-handed batter from Lancaster, Ohio, who has not performed at a terribly high level prior to this, but he has been able to have some success with the York Ball Club so far, backing up Carlos Castro. 1 out, 1 on, and DeSabatino finds the range, getting it across. It's 0-1. Infield set, double play depth, with Dugan holding Dunton on at first. DeSabatino working to Hill, 0-1. The pitch, swing and a miss, and a 2-strike count. Anderson De La Rosa making his first start of the season behind the plate. He didn't see action at all until the 7th inning in High Point last night. Nothing in 2. Working to Hill. Dunton is 0 for 1 stealing. DeSabatino to the set. Runner will not go. And a pitch wasted down and away. Hill not going on a fishing trip, and it's ball 1, 1-2. Top of the order, Darian Sanford waits on deck. Sanford said earlier that he hit the top of the fence in Gastonia last night, coming very close to his first career home run. Here's the 1-2 pitch. A swing and a miss. DeSabatino has now struck out 2 here in the second inning. And it will be Sanford stepping in. 3-0 York here in the second on the Nelly Rodriguez home run. The Barnstormers have given up some long taters here the past few nights. Nothing cheap off the bat of Rodriguez in the first inning. You think of the Logan Morrison home runs. One of those will fall out of the sky eventually. Cleared the scoreboard at High Point. That's no easy feat. Low for a ball, it's 1-0. And then there was the ball, the single hit by C.J. Farias last night. Cleared the fences and forgot to touch second base. And you know, it would have been his first professional home run. It's really a shame to have that happen. He's swinging the bat really well, though. I'm sure there will be another. Fouled away, Darian Sanford batting at 1 ball, 1 strike. We're in the middle of the second, top of the second, really. 2 outs and a man on, with York leading 3-0. Our ball game was held up 25 minutes tonight because of the season opening ceremonies. DeSabatino is high and trails Sanford at 2-1. Edwin Figuera, the shortstop, is due next. We play 6:30 home games now here in Lancaster, Monday through Saturday. Get people on their way a little bit earlier. To Sanford, here's the 2-1 pitch, and ball 3 is inside. We're nowhere close yet. We're only a third of the way, but that eerie stretch last Saturday where there were 55 pitches without a ball put in play. 3-1 to Sanford. He gets the walk, and that is DeSabatino's third. The bases on balls keep coming. A lot of theories, but mostly, I think most people agree with this, it's the layoff. Pitchers are just having trouble zeroing in after all the time away from the game. Dutton at second, Sanford the runner at first. De La Rosa comes out ahead of the plate, signaling to his defense. Not a timeout. 2 outs and 2 on here in the second. Figuera grounded a base hit into right his first time up, and looking to add to the 3-0 York lead. I thought York wouldn't have anything left in the tank after scoring 20 last night against Gastonia. Ground ball slowly hit toward third. Charging the play is Aleman, and he can't get off a throw. It will be an infield base hit, and Melky Mesa will bat with the bases loaded. Mesa walked and scored in the first inning. Little topper toward third. With 2 outs, Aleman was naturally playing back, and he found himself without a throw. It would have been very risky to make one, and I think he wisely held the baseball. Now you've got the dangerous 3 and 4 hitters up, and York with a chance to bust this game open in the second inning. DeSabatino ready to go. Mesa with a swing and a high fly ball to the fat part of the ballpark. Should cancel the inning. Gindel is there, and Mesa leaves the sacks full of revs. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 3 runners are left on base by York. We are on our way now to the bottom of the second inning. Still York 3 and Lancaster nothing.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
For the Barnstormers, it will be Blake Alamond leading off the bottom of the second. He has a 5-game hitting streak with 1 hit in each. 5 for 30 on the season with a home run and just that lone RBI. Ladarius Clark and Anderson De La Rosa will follow. Duke Van Schamen back with the 1-0. That is fouled off. Over on the left side, 1-1. Van Schamen survived what became a delicate jam in the first inning. 2-out walk to Blake Galen, followed by Melvin Mercedes double into the right field corner. Alamond goes for the 1-1 and knocks that foul as well. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Great to see the folks out here. Might be the biggest Atlantic League crowd so far this year. Not sure that every place has the seating restrictions off. Long Island's numbers seem low, and that may be because they were playing with social distancing still on. 2-2 to Alamond. It's ball 3 upstairs from the Duke. Alamond awaiting the payoff pitch. It is on the way, and it is outside and low, ball 4. Lancaster with its second walk. Now here is Ladarius Clark. This ballpark may be made for him. He's got terrific power to the opposite field. All 4 of his extra base hits so far have been to center field or to the right of center. He has 2 doubles, 2 home runs. Is 5 for 19 overall, and he's driven in 6. Infield at double play depth. Alamond has 2 stolen bases. They came in the same ball game. Held at first base by Franco. There's a ground ball past the mound, and this should be 2. The shovel toss to Figuera for 1. Back at first, and that gets away a little bit. So they don't turn to Clark, who runs very well, safe at first. 1 out, 1 on. Anderson De La Rosa will come to the plate. De La Rosa is 0 for 1. He batted late in the game last night. He walked as a pinch hitter and then later struck out. Now the Barnstormers with 1 out and a runner on base. Cleo Luis Rondon into the on-deck circle, sporting a new jersey number. He fit in the number 7 in all our away jerseys, but he doesn't fit in the number 7 at home, which have been retailored for Darian Sanford. And Cleo Luis, if you've seen him, he's a good deal larger than Darian. That's putting it mildly. A strike in there on De La Rosa. Clark, the runner at first base, with the Barnstormers trailing by 3. Toss over to first, and Ladarius is back. Clark also leads the Barnstormers with 4 stolen bases. He has that combination of power and speed, but never put up great numbers in the Texas farm system. The 1-strike pitch fades down and in to De La Rosa. Once again, the infielders are set at double play depth for York. With the exception of last night, the Barnstormers have been struggling to get the hits in the right spots. Good play by the catcher Hill, jumping on that one. And De La Rosa has the count in his favor now at 2-1. When Anderson gets it going, he tends to get into the double sprees. His power is to left center field, but he doesn't have quite enough to clear that huge fence out there. 409 and about 12 feet high in left center field, but boy, does he hit a lot of doubles that way when he gets hot. Here's the 2-1 to him. Breaking ball swung at and missed. Van Schamen had him fooled, and the count is 2-2. A 3-run homer by Nelly Rodriguez. in the top of the first inning, the difference in the ball game so far. Von Schaman back to work against De La Rosa. 2-2. That is cut on and missed. Second strikeout for the right-hander. Kalea Luis Rondon will come to the plate 4 for 24 with 6 runs batted in. Von Schaman from Edmond, Oklahoma originally. He was the Edmond Player of the Year as a senior. He was also the quarterback on the football team. He has the size for that. Rondon is up there, and Ross Peoples alluded to this on the bus last night, that Rondon was going to take up switch hitting, and he's batting left-handed. .167 hitter with a double and 6 runs batted in. Clark, the runner at first with 2 gone, and the pitch is flared out to left field and dropping for a base hit. So the first AB as a left-handed batter is successful. Rondon making a wide turn at first. He'll pull up. They dare him to go. A blue pit, and we'll turn the lineup over to Devon Torrance with Clark at third and Rondon at first. Ladarius, of course, was running all the way with 2 outs. Now men are at the corners, and Torrance has a shot. Devon grounded out to the first baseman, Franco, leading off the ball game for the Barnstormers. He had a 2-run single last night, one of his 3 hits. In fact, it was the 3rd of his 3 hits. He made them pay for the drop pop-up in that 7th inning. High and outside for a ball. It's 1-0 on Torrance. Caleb Gindel waits on deck. Lancaster again with a shot to narrow the gap. 1-0 pitch. Torrance able to hold on the trigger as it broke down and in. Von Schaman lives on his breaking stuff. I mentioned earlier he's a finesse guy. He won't overpower you. 2 balls, no strikes on Torrance, who did hit a couple of home runs as a Barnstormer last year, both in this yard. Clark up from third, Rondon off first. Devon swings away and hits a chopper toward the middle. It will be taken by the shortstop Figuera, who cuts down Torrance to end the inning. And once more, the Barnstormers leave the guys out there. It is no runs, 1 hit, no errors. The Barnstormers maroon 2 at the end of 2. York is still up by a score of 3-0.
All right, so Jacob, you're going to run all the way over there to the third base dugout. Right over here, no, Jacob, on the ground, right here. All right, so 5G runs fast and 5G never. Here we go, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, they went. All right, let's see. We got Crazy Claire to lead.
The Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
You don't need to understand how available adaptive variable suspension works, or how pre-collision cameras detect pedestrians in low light. You don't need to understand any of the craft that went into the Lexus ES to feel it. With outstanding connectivity and standard Lexus Safety System Plus 2.0, experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
LSS Plus 2.0 and the pre-collision system with pedestrian detection are not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practice. See owner's manual for additional limitations and details.
Nelly Rodriguez comes in to lead off the third inning. He slugged the 3-run homer back in the first, responsible for the only tallies in this ball game. DeSabatino finds the outside corner for a strike. It is 0-1. 3 hits and 3 walks allowed by DeSabatino in the first 2 innings. Von Schamann has given up 2 hits and 2 walks. Big swing and a miss. And Dominic is ahead at 0-2. Where the lack of pitching depth in this league really shows up is in the middle innings. Blowouts tend to become even worse, and that's accentuated by the double hook. Called strike 3. Rodriguez becomes the 3rd strikeout victim for DeSabatino, 1 away. One of the issues, I pointed this out the other night with the double hook, is that I like the idea, I like what they're trying to do, but a downside of it is that the team that's likely already behind in the ball game and in trouble no longer has its DH, while the other team does, and it may prevent rallies. I think it accentuates blowouts. Something to consider as we go through this experimentation. Here's Carlos Franco. He takes a ball low. It's 1-0. Rashad Crawford waits on deck. 3-0 in favor of the Revs, top half of the 3rd inning. Being played to pull, but not in an exaggerated sense, as Franco swings and misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 years ago, Carlos Franco was probably the best midseason acquisition for any club in the Atlantic League. He came in and really solidified Mark Mason's lineup. 1 ball, 1 strike. DeSabatino angles it across, and now he's ahead at 1-2. 1 out in the inning. Franco hit a grand slam last night. First for the Revs since July of 19. Much longer on the calendar than it is in baseball terms. Up and away, and it is 2 balls and 2 strikes. And in 19 he came in, he batted .319 with 13 home runs and 55 runs batted in. And York just got better when he jumped into that lineup as a third baseman mostly. 2-2 on Carlos Franco. DeSabatino to the plate, low, and it squirts beyond De La Rosa to no harm. You can't steal first base anymore. 3-2. So I don't have to worry about marking the Z on the scorecard for lack of anything better. Nobody had a really good way of designating that. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. DeSabatino to the plate, and that is beaten foul. We will continue. We've got some people sprawled out on the lawn here tonight. Folks in the socially distanced section, and a lot of folks in the main seating bowl. Good turnout up in the Sky Suites. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and the payoff. He got him. Down goes Franco. DeSabatino has fanned 4. He's averaged better than a strikeout per inning. He's just been victimized by the long balls. Here is Crawford, a right fielder, another left-handed batter. He flied to left back in the first inning. Well, that's the K-Man this year, playing for pulled pork. Okay, it's new. Sabatino fades it outside and low. Ball 1, no strikes. Change up from him to start off Crawford. 2 outs, bases clear, upper half of the 3rd inning. Baseball is back at Clipper Magazine Stadium. DeSabatino with a strike. It's 1-1. Crawford is played to pull somewhat. Again, nothing exaggerated, but they are shifted slightly to the right. Ball 2 is low. The count is 2-1. 55 pitches roughly thrown so far by DeSabatino. His mound opponent, Duke Van Schamen, has thrown approximately 39. There's a 2-1. Met and fouled to the screen. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Josh Vitters, the third baseman, scheduled to foul him. Both these teams coming off a long ride home, and we're going to get used to those in the Atlantic League with this newly formed Southern Division. No longer that 2-hour and 15-minute jaunt up to Somerset or the plane flight. Strike 3 is called. DeSabatino whiffs the side here in the third. Nothing across. 5 strikeouts for the 25-year-old here tonight. We're in the middle of the third. The score remains the York Revolution 3 and the Lancaster Barnstormers nothing.
Rogers and Associates. We are pleased to join Lancaster Barnstormers to help sponsor their season this year. We are all fortunate to have Clipper Stadium and our own
For
baseball
the youth
team
of
right here in the
the
city.
Barnstormers
The
are
Barnstormers help to make
offering
Lancaster a great place to live,
to teach
work, and
everyone
raise
some
families.
tips on baseball
Thank you
and
for coming out today to
Camps
support
are
the
offered to
team.
kids as young as
Now
4
here
and
is
as old as
today's
4.
Building a Better Future.
Some even involved with
Barnstormers
parents.
team
From
report.
June
Brought to you
15th
by
all the way
Rogers
through
and
August 28th.
Fans, tonight's featured player is former
Barnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab.
2013
All presented by
Barnstormers
Orthopedic
shortstop Kevin
Associates.
Howard. Kevin is now the assistant hitting coach for the
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack thanks to PA Lottery Scratch Off's Excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big time prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Or visit the 50/50 kiosk at the front gates and get your tickets now. The winner will be drawn at the end of the 7th inning. Setting up for your Barnstormers on the left fielder, Caleb Gindle.
Here is Caleb Gindle leading off the bottom of the third for the Barnstormers. He struck out in the first inning after tearing up High Point the past couple of nights. Van Schamen is ready, and to Gindle. It's a cross for strike 1. The Barnstormers have certainly threatened against Van Schamen, but they've left 2 runners on base, including 1 at third, each of the first 2 innings. Gindle with a pop-up into foul territory, spotted belatedly by Tyler Hill. It didn't matter, it's into the crowd. 0-2 to the Lancaster left fielder. Blake Galen on deck, and then Melvin Mercedes. The Barnstormers down 3-0 tonight. They were to have Brooks Hall making the start. Hall struck out 8 in 5 innings against Gastonia on Sunday. But in the process of striking out 8, he was hitting numbers on the radar gun he had never hit before. There's a ground ball right at the second baseman. Dunton flings on, and Franco battles the sun but holds the baseball. Gindle's retired for the first out, bringing on Blake Galen. One of the benefits to Atlantic Leaguers with the technology supplied by Major League Baseball is that it feeds all the scouting departments. And when they saw what Brooks Hall was doing at Caramount Health Park last Sunday, many teams took notice. And it was a Brooks Hall feeding frenzy. We want him, he's mine, no, he's ours, he's mine, he's ours. And he decided to go with the Brewers and not with the clubs that wanted to see him pitch here tonight. 2 balls and no strikes to Galen. Mercedes waits on deck. Blake, a walk his first time up. We're still waiting for that 100th home run. Here is the 2-0 pitch. Galen gets underneath and pops it up foul. That will get into the seats down the first baseline. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 3-run homer by Nelly Rodriguez in the first inning continues to hold. Benjamin ready to go to Galen. He lays off, and ball 3 is outside and low. Blake will take another walk. I think he would like to get that 100th home run as a Barnstormer out of the way, but he's not being overly aggressive, swinging ridiculously, trying to do it. He'll take those bases on balls. That's part of his game too. Melvin Mercedes digs in. Mercedes tore a double into the right field corner his first time up. Batting .400 currently on the campaign. Here's the pitch, and Melvin pops this up down the left field line. Over is Mesa, cruising to get it. That's the second out. Kelly Dugan to the plate. Dugan grounded out back in the first inning.
First baseman Kelly Dugan.
Three hits for the Revs. The Barnstormers own 2. That home run is just a significant difference in this ball game. Otherwise, it's pretty even. Dugan takes a rip, and he pops this up. It may be playable. Angling over is Vitters, and he just can't get there.
Make sure to check out our Storm Force package for kids 12 and under.
Kelly Dugan is alive at no balls and a strike. With Blake Aleman waiting on deck. This lineup is capable of exploding. We saw it last night. We saw it opening night at Gastonia. And they've scored at least 3 runs in every game. So don't be disheartened by this deficit. 0-1 to Dugan. It's a number foul at the dish. And Benjamin has him pretty well collared at no balls and 2 strikes. Last night, the big hits came. They had been having a tough time in that department. They had so many chances. They were 5 for 19 with runners in scoring position last night. That is an incredible number of chances in one game. 0-2 to Dugan. When Shaman sets, brings it home, and it is up for a ball. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Once again, we are on a pace to exceed 3 hours. Only games in West Virginia and Charleston have been taking under 3 for whatever reason. Throw to first and back in is Galen. Dugan hit a lot to left center field during spring training. It is low. Make it 2 balls and 2 strikes. We haven't seen that nearly as much since the bell rang. Kept stinging line drives into that direction. And York accordingly plays him that way. They saw a lot of it. Drove in 3 runs in one of those games against the Revs. Ball 3, just outside on a breaking ball. But Shaman thought he had it and started to dart toward the dugout. And I'm not so sure Dugan didn't think so either, just gauging by the body language. It's 3-2. Galen is free to wander. Franco still holds him on. Galen takes off. The 3-2 pitch is banged foul outside of first base. Alemond in the on-deck circle, having to be very patient here. It is 3-0 York in the 3rd inning. We are working, by the way, on getting a score bug. It just hasn't been implemented yet. You'll get the graphics at least on the home games. Galen takes off once more. It's a number up the line at first by Dugan, and that will roll foul. Kelly gets another shot. The man who grew up in Hollywood, while his father was in the performing arts, Kelly is all baseball. Got to AAA in the Phillies organization. Had a decent career there. Played for Butch in Chicago, as so many players on this club and High Point as well have. Butch also has ties to Jamie Keefe. Galen about to dash again. He does. The 3-2 is wide of the plate. A well-earned walk for Dugan. Von Schaman has put 4 on now. Blake Alemond will come to the plate. Alemond walked back in the 2nd inning and then was forced on a ground ball by Clark. 3rd straight inning. The Barnstormers have had 2 runners on, but the 2nd one each time has come with 2 outs. They haven't had massive threats. They've just had the 2-out variety. The pitch to Alemond sails outside. It is ball 1. And now the strike zone escapes Von Schaman. It is an Atlantic League plague so far in 2021. The walks. We have seen 7 of them here tonight. Ball 1-0. The count on Alemond. Here's the pitch, and it's 2-0. Ladarius Clark is on deck. Alemond looking for a pitch he can drive. He's got Galen and Dugan on ahead of him. Von Schaman goes to work, 2 balls and no strikes. Here is the pitch, and that is wide as well, 3-0. And sometimes that wall will get in the head of pitchers. (3-0). Is he free to swing? We won't know. Ball 4 is outside. And they're loaded for Ladarius. Clark grounded into a forced play first time up. The Barnstormers have had 7 base runners, but they haven't been able to cash in. Ladarius will try. Clark batting with the bases loaded. He is 0 for 1 with the sacks full so far this year. 2 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Galen at 3rd, Dugan at 2nd, Alemond at 1st, all on walks. And the pitch to Clark runs inside, and ball 1. The batter in the on-deck circle is Anderson De La Rosa. Mark Mason, who is serving as his own pitching coach for the first time. Paul Fletcher no longer with the Revs. Mason takes a visit to the mound. He has not cut his hair since the start of the pandemic. The long gray locks of Mark Mason. He has managed the York Revolution since Andy Etchebarren retired at the conclusion of the 2012 Freedom Division Playoff Series, in which the Barnstormers swept the Revs. It's amazing when you stop to think about it. These rivals have only met twice in the postseason in all these years, and they were in consecutive campaigns, 11 and 12. York won in 5 games in 2011, and the Barnstormers swept the series in 2012, only to have that tough Game 5 loss against the Long Island Ducks in the bottom of the 9th on the Dan Lyons bunt. 1-0 to Clark. Von Schaman is ready. Clark cuts in, he misses that. It is 1-1. Mark Mason using the mound visit to his benefit, or at least that's the case on the first pitch. Runners lead from everywhere. The Barnstormers with a golden opportunity, but again, it's with 2 outs in the inning. To Clark, 1-1. Swing and a miss at an off-speed pitch, and we go to 1-2. And he may see another. Von Schaman has struck out 2, and both with his assortment of off-speed breaking balls. He's not going to give Clark a fastball, I wouldn't think. Runners lead from all bases. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Von Schaman to Clark. Here is the pitch, and Ladarius fights it off. Fan down below playing the carom, and his peers reward him with a round of applause. Opening night, home opener at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Good turnout, but they want the Barnstormers to pick up some runs here. Ladarius Clark bats at 1-2. Von Schaman ready to go, and the pitch. Clark lifts this to left field. Gliding over toward his left is Mesa, and the inning comes to an end. The Barnstormers have left a boatload. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 3 left. 7 men stranded by Lancaster over the first 3 innings. And at the end of 3, the scoreboard still reads the York Revolution 3 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 0.
Did you know that the 2021 Lancaster Barnstormers Club has 2 players headed to the Summer Olympic Games in Tokyo, Japan? That's right, our own Blake Galen and Jared Lakin are on their way to the Olympics as members of Team Israel. To help celebrate our 2 Olympians, Clipper Magazine Stadium will play host as Team Israel will take on the Susquehanna Valley Stars at noon on Saturday, July 17th as part of their training camp before heading to the Tokyo Games. For ticket information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com's events link.
There are those who say,
leave well enough alone.
If it isn't broken, don't fix it.
You don't mess with success.
While others have something quite different to say. The Lexus RX, with dynamic handling and available 12.3-inch touchscreen. It's the best-selling luxury crossover of all time. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Three runs, 3 hits, no errors, 3 left for York. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and the Barnstormers have stranded 7 already. Dominic DeSabatino faces Josh Vitters starting off the 4th inning, and the pitch is inside. It is ball 1. The unofficial pitch counts 57 for DeSabatino and 65 for Von Schaman. here in 3 innings. We have seen 8 walks and 7 strikeouts to this point. And DeSabatino misses low. It is 2-0. Andrew Dunton and Tyler Hill to follow in the York half of the 4th inning. The Barnstormers will have De La Rosa, Rendon, and Torrance in their half. 2-0. DeSabatino kicks, brings it home. Ground ball right side. With it is Mercedes. An easy play for Melvin. Vitters goes down 4-3. We have 1 out, and Andrew Dunton comes to the plate. Dunton with a base on balls back in the 2nd inning.
Right now, if you need her for anything, come on up. Thank you.
It's so good to see everybody. John Whitworth, Tom Richards. I had a chance to hang with those two one day during the preseason, and those are two far deeper than acquaintances, great friends they have become over the years that I wanted to get back and have the chance to see. I stayed in touch with both of them during the shutdown. Nothing like being there, though. 1-0 pitch. Angles outside, and DeSabatino faces Dunton at 2-0. Top of the 4th. The home run by Rodriguez in the 1st inning is holding up. It's 3-0 in favor of the York Revolution. And DeSabatino fires too close. Dunton is up there at 3-0. We'll see if he takes all the way. He does, and it's a cross. 3-1 to Sabatino. Back in the fight here. (3-1) the count. Swing and a miss. And now he's more than back in the fight with the count of 3-2. First of 3 against the Revs, first of 6 on this opening homestand for the Barnstormers. DeSabatino's 3-2, elevated to center. Hit fairly well, but Torrance has it gauged back a few paces to make the catch. Dunton's retired for out number 2, and Tyler Hill steps in. Elsewhere in the Atlantic League tonight, Southern Maryland with a 3-0 lead over Long Island in the bottom of the 4th inning. The veteran Daryl Thompson on the hill, still going at it. The pitching coach, the player coach for the Blue Crabs, and he has enjoyed a wonderful career there. Lexington leads West Virginia 4-1 in the bottom of the 2nd. High Point up on Gastonia 3-0. Play is in the top of the 4th there. Ball 1 is low to Tyler Hill. 2 outs, nobody on. 6 in a row, retired by Dominic DeSabatino. He got out of a bases loaded jam with a fly ball by Mesa back in the 2nd inning after giving up the 3 spot in the 1st. Ball 2 is low and away. It is 2-0. I actually think DeSabatino will make, along the way, a decent starting pitcher for the Barnstormers. He just has a little trouble getting out of the gate. Now a fly ball foul out of play 2-1. He has the stuff to be a starter. He has a 4-pitch assortment. And I like the possibilities here. He just needs to be able to get through the first few batters and get his feet wet a little more quickly in a game. Here's a 2-1. Hill lines that toward the middle, and it is through for a base hit, ending the string of outs. Tyler Hill is now 3 out of 10 on the campaign. Darian Sanford will come in. He has grounded out and walked. Barnstormers came into tonight leading the division by half a game over the Long Island Ducks. The Ducks were suspended in Charleston last night. The ball game was tied. Two outs. It is the catcher on board. You don't have to have necessarily great concerns about Tyler Hill running, except that you want to get a man in scoring position for Sanford, who's largely a singles hitter, or if they run into an out, Sanford gets to lead off the next inning, which is where you like to have him, a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. So there is the possibility of Tyler Hill running that might not ordinarily be there. 0-1 to Sanford, 3-0 York here in the fourth inning. DeSabatino rests at the belt, Hill stays put, and Sanford takes strike 2 across at the knees. Dominic DeSabatino gutting this one out for the Barnstormers. Tomorrow night, Danny Taggart throws again on only 2 days rest. He only lasted 2 innings back on Wednesday night. Tommy Shirley will go on Sunday. Popped up down the left field line, long way to go. Gindel, and it's going to fall in front of him for a base hit. And suddenly there's a 2-out threat for York. Gindel has played with Darian Sanford enough to know to play him shallow, but sometimes there's still nothing he can do about it. Ross Peoples will pay a mound visit. Talk things over with Dominic DeSabatino, who really has ground this one out. And again, he pitched 2 innings just a couple nights ago. Barnstormers will get some action going in their bullpen. A bullpen that is beaten up at this stage. Conversation continuing with the skipper at the Hill. Ross definitely glad to let the guys go. But boy, oh boy, has it created a predicament for the Barnstormers and their manager. The one guy, Gabriel Moya, coming in. He can close, he can start. And it will be interesting to see exactly where Ross uses Moya. I think the plan was as the 8th inning setup man for Scott Schumann. He was going to go to the bullpen, but with everything that has happened here, I'm not so sure. Jared Lakin is not going to be able to start tomorrow. Ross was hoping that he could, but Jared's pushed back a few more days. The batter is Edwin Figuera, who's 2 for 2, base hit to right and an infield single up the third baseline. Hill at second, Sanford at first. DeSabatino works out of the stretch, brings it home, and it is low for ball 1. Melky Mesa waits on deck. This is a critical batter for the right-hander DeSabatino. York already up 3-0, threatening here in the fourth inning. Hill's single was solid. Sanford just able to dunk one into shallow left, but we watched that a lot the last 3 seasons. 1-0. DeSabatino to the plate. Fastball runs in high, and there is legitimate trouble now in the top of the fourth inning. An innocent beginning, routine outs on Vitters and Dunton, ground out and fly out respectively. But now 2 on and a 2-0 count to the number 2 batter. 3-0 in favor of the Revs. The Barnstormers have had chances, haven't been able to get the big 2-out hit. 2 balls and no strikes. And DeSabatino will get one into the zone. Anderson De La Rosa looking to fire a baseball somewhere. There was no opportunity, and then he lost the grip. It is 2-1. Anthony Peroni did a fine job catching the first 7 games of the season, filling in for Anderson. Count is 2-1 on Edwin Figueroa. The set and the pitch is low, and ball 3 with Mesa and then Rodriguez to follow. Again, if the Barnstormers pull DeSabatino, they've got to tax the bullpen, and they lose Ladarius Clark from the lineup. Here's the 3-1. It is ball 4 upstairs, and the bases are loaded Mesa will bat with the sacks full for the second time. Only the top of the third has gone by tonight without a walk. DeSabatino struck out the side in order. Mesa has walked, and he has flied to left with the bases loaded. Now here comes Ross. He's going to go to the bullpen. So the pitcher goes into the number 7 slot in the batting order. Dominic DeSabatino, remember, through 2 innings just 2 nights ago. He seems to be fading here in the 4th, and Ross is going to lift him. All in all, not that bad of a job for Dominic DeSabatino. He's going to give way to the bullpen. We've got the pitching change. We're going to take a break and listen to our presenting sponsor, Gockenauer Home Appliances.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gockenauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gockenauers.com. Thanks for your support.
When everyone has a different craving, Wickerman's Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
Garrett Granitz takes over for the Barnstormers with the bases loaded and 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. Melky Mesa will be the batter. He has walked and scored a run, and he's also flied out the left field. The Barnstormers are in dire straits. Granitz trying to get his club out of this 2-out jam. Neither side to this point has come up with a 2-out hit to bring home runs, and there have been chances. Mesa flied out with the bases loaded, 2 gone in the 2nd. The Rodriguez home run came, by the way, with 1 out. The Barnstormers had runners at 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs in the 1st inning. Dugan grounded out. 1st and 3rd with 2 outs in the 2nd. Torrance grounded out. Bases loaded with 2 outs in the 3rd, and Clark flied out. This could be a much higher scoring game than it is. Bases loaded with 2 gone. Granitz, the submarine throwing right-hander from Wisconsin originally and now Fort Myers, Florida. Went to Azusa Pacific, and he misses outside. It is ball 1 on Mesa. 5 hits, 4 walks allowed by DeSabatino. Ball 1 and no strikes to Mesa. It grazes the outside edge, and the count is 1-1. If you have pinpoint control, you can really play this strike zone to the max with the edges being a little bit wider. 1-1. It is outside, 2 balls and a strike. Perhaps that's what a lot of these pitchers are trying to do. That this game has already witnessed 9 bases on balls. 2 balls, 1 strike to Mesa. It catches the outer edge, and now it's 2-2. Granitz continues to work Melky Mesa toward that outer edge. He's connected with 2, he has missed with 2. Mesa has rapidly become the fan favorite on the other side of the Susquehanna. He's batting here with the bases loaded, 2 outs, 2-2 the count. Granitz will bring it home and miss. It is a full count, 3-2. Right now, this inning could go in a number of different directions. Granitz needs to make a great pitch. 3-2 on Mesa with the bases loaded. Garrett ready to go, and it's chopped foul at the third base line, and we still have to wait some more in all of this suspense. Continuing count of 3-2 on Melky Mesa. Mesa in his 15th professional season. Three balls, two strikes once more. Granite dips down. The pitch is lined into center field and about to score two. One across. Sanford following. The ball juggled by Torrance. And holding up at third is Figuera. He thought about it for a second. A two-run single for Melky Mesa, and York leads 5-0. Figuera to third, and Nelly Rodriguez will come to the plate. Granites went to 3-2, and Mesa did get a pitch to hit, and he rode it up the middle. Those runs are charged to the starter DeSabatino, and the Barnstormers trail by 5. Men at the corners. Rodriguez has knocked in 3 in the ball game tonight on the home run back in the first inning. Garrett Granites works to the plate, and he drifts it outside to Rodriguez for a ball. It is 1-0. 4 consecutive Revs batters have reached base here in the top half of the 4th inning. Granites delivers another, and that is low. That might have been a strike previously, but now it's the top of the knee. Granites was in the neighborhood. Rodriguez batting. Franco is on deck. Granites misses the outside corner. 3 balls and no strikes to Rodriguez. Garrett Granites has been very busy, as has been the entire bullpen. This is Garrett's 4th appearance of the year. He's already thrown 4 innings coming into tonight, and he walks Rodriguez. The bases are reloaded. And Carlos Franco will step in. Remember, York scored 20 runs at Gastonia last night. They have 5 on the board in this game, and a chance to increase that here in the 4th inning. 5 Revs batters in a row have reached base against this beleaguered Barnstormers pitching staff, short in numbers. Andrew Chatora is the only guy here who was supposed to be in the starting rotation that Ross Peoples had planned. A ball is low on Franco. It is 1-0. And when you can only run your starters out there for 2-3 innings at a time, it stretches the bullpen, and basically it's like a Jenga game. Nothing settles a bullpen down any more than a starting rotation, a regular starting rotation going 5, 6, 7, 8 innings a night. Franco now is batting 2-0, and a chance for the Revs to add to their 5-0 lead. 2 balls, no strikes. Garrett Granites brings it home, and it is low, 3-0. He can't find where the knees are. And the fans still think that Bill Worthington is making the calls. They're yelling at him. It is not him. Garrett Granites back to work, 3-0 pitch, and he walked him to force in another run. The walkathons continue. Figuera has scored. And that is the 6th run charged to the starter, DeSabatino. It's now a 6-0 game. Rashad Crawford is the 9th man to bat in this inning. 2 nights ago, the Barnstormers lost to High Point 13-4. And it was somewhat a similar deal. Bases loaded with 2 outs, and again, Granite's is low. It's like there's nowhere to go for Granite's. His game, any Submariner's game, is to keep the ball down around the knees. And this isn't happening for him at all. Bases loaded. Here's the 1-0 count off the inside corner, and ball 2. Granite's has given up a single to Mesa on a 3-2 pitch. He has walked the next 2 batters, and he's 2-0 on Rashad Crawford. It is low again. Granite's really wants that pitch, and the electronics won't give it to him, because the strike zone has been altered from the bottom of the knee to the top of the knee, and Granite's is right, I think, in that gray area. 3-0, and that is recorded as a strike, and the fans cheer wildly. I have to think some of these pitches in 19 were strikes. And the 3-1 is off the inside corner, and he forces in another. Mesa now scores to make it a 7-0 ball game, and Ross is on his way out as the Barnstormers have walked 7. We have had 12 walks total here tonight. Granite's is amazingly frustrated right now, and you have to know Garrett because he is a very level-headed fellow. But he just seems, just looking at the body language, like he can't believe what's going on. The single on the 3-2 pitch, 3 consecutive walks, 4 runs are home. The 7th York run belongs to Granite's. And we're back to where this inning started. Josh Vitters is scheduled to come to the plate.
Third baseman Josh Vitters.
Granite's just trying to end the inning. Remember, the first 2 batters, Vitters and Dunton, were retired. The last 7 revs have reached base on either singles or walks. There's a chopper foul off the foot of the right-handed batter. It is 0-1. 3 singles, 4 bases on balls, 4 runs are home. And we're only playing the top of the 4th inning. Granite's delivers. That is cut on and missed to get the strike 2. The fans and the Barnstormers will be relieved to get out of this inning. 7-0 in favor of the York Revolution. And again, York has an even bigger advantage because the Revs still have their DH, the Barnstormers do not. And the 0-2, he got him, a swing and a miss. And the fans respond accordingly. 4 runs in the inning on 3 hits with no errors. 3 runners are stranded. We're in the middle of the 4th inning. It is The York Revolution 7 and the Lancaster Barnstormers nothing.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals all in one delivery.
Anderson De La Rosa will lead off the bottom of the fourth, and now the Barnstormers have a tremendous amount of work to do. Down by 7 to the York Revolution in a ball game that has already seen 12 walks through 3.5 innings. De La Rosa struck out back in the second. Duke Van Schamen working with the big lead, and he is high for a ball. Van Schamen has the lead, but he has walked 5. The Barnstormers have managed only a couple of hits so far. The kick, the right-hander fires. That is high, make it 2-0. Ball 3 inside to De La Rosa. 3-0. Ball 4 is high. And now the Barnstormers have another guy on with a free pass. Play Luis Rondon to the plate, the new switch hitter. He blooped a base hit into left field his first time up. Barnstormers have their 8th base runner of the game. York has had 13, and the difference in 5 base runners has meant a difference in 7 runs. Rondon batting, De La Rosa not a threat to go. The first pitch is in for a called strike. It is 0-1. Garrett Granitz continuously in the top of this inning, just below the knees. Over the top is Van Schamen, he misses. Rondon bats at 1-1. Devon Torrance, who's been held hitless so far tonight, waits on deck. The Barnstormers need some runs here in the bottom of the 4th inning, take advantage of the leadoff walk. Rondon slices another one down the left side, charging over is Mesa, and this time he is there to make the catch for out number 1. The batter will be Torrance. Devon is grounded out twice. Caleb Gindel in the on-deck circle. The Barnstormers have managed just the 2 hits against Van Schamen. There's a swing and a foul ball out of play off the bat of Torrance. We've seen a few of those tonight. It is 0-1. A lot of room out in right center field. Ball is inside and low. Torrance up there at 1 ball and 1 strike. Bottom of the 4th. Game is roughly an hour and 40 minutes old. Here's the 1-1. Taken outside by Torrance. Von Schaman has the 7-run lead, but it's not exactly been smooth for him either. He's thrown, by my count, 75 pitches already tonight, and he has 1 out in the 4th inning. Torrance elevates it to left. It's carrying some, but they'll pinch it off. Mesa comes out of there. Sanford was there to back up, and Devon still hitless for the game tonight. 2 outs. Caleb Gindel stepping in. He is 0 for 2. You wonder how much it took out of the Barnstormers as a whole with Hall not starting tonight. You can't fault Brooks. He had the offer. Why risk getting hurt? The story I'm hearing is that he has a shot at climbing the ladder all the way. We're going to see one of these guys the Barnstormers had get to the big leagues. We don't officially count it unless it's somebody who started the season here, so it would be Philmeyer or Hall. Otherwise, we'd have to have Jason Perry on our wall outside, who was with us in spring training and got to the big leagues later that season. A strike taken, it's 1-1. It's the arbitrary rule we set a long time ago. De La Rosa leads off first. Gindel pops it up. That'll get to the seats over on the third base side. The count is 1-2. Great turnout here tonight. Unfortunately, they're not seeing too much excitement on the Barnstormers side. Two outs. De La Rosa leads from first. Gindel batting. Blake Galen waits on deck. The pitch. Caleb takes a rip and fouls that back. Still 1-2. Lancaster trying to reload with 2 outs, 1 more inning, and hope somebody can deliver that big blow. De La Rosa takes off. 1-2 is pulled on the ground and hits the first base bag. It deflects to Von Schaman, and Von Schaman is able to get a tag on Gindel coming through. That was a wild play. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. The Barnstormers now have stranded 8 through 4 innings, and at the end of 4, it's 7-0 York.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gocknauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at gocknauers.com.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Into the top of the 5th inning, and Andrew Dunton scheduled to lead off against Garrett Granitz. Dunton has walked and fly to center, 0 for 1 so far tonight. Great turnout, and the staff here at Clipper Magazine Stadium doing their best to entertain the folks, but this is a rough one. 7-0 York. Granitz gets to start this inning fresh. He is inside and low to Dunton. Ball 1, no strikes. Third time in the last 3 nights the opposing team has sent 10 or more men to the plate. That hangs up inside. It is ball 2 and no strikes. Breaking ball, spins into the zone. It's 2-1. I haven't seen some of the other clubs, West Virginia, not having these issues apparently. But the games we have seen so far, foul tip, 2-2, all the walks, the errors, we're just not accustomed to it. Typically, the beginning of an Atlantic League season, give it, say, a week, and you see AAA caliber baseball at least, and sometimes bordering on Major League caliber baseball. And this isn't it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I'm just being blunt for a moment. Dunton awaits the 2-2 offering. Granite's ready to go, and ball 3 is below the knees. Filling the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The payoff pitch is chopped toward third. Extended is Alaman. He'll set and throw. That is snapped up by Dugan. Nice defensive play by the Barnstormers. That's a Major League caliber play. 1 out in the 5th. The batter will be Tyler Hill, who has struck out and singled. One out, nobody on base. De Sabatino at one point had retired 6 batters in a row. Things were sailing along, but he ends up 5 hits, 6 runs, and 3 2/3 tonight. Granite's to the plate. That's off the inside corner as it tailed in too close on Hill. Ball 1 and no strikes. And the next is low for a 2-0 count. Strike is taken. It is 2-1. And again, everybody's theorizing as to what's going on. Apparently, we've heard that affiliated baseball had a bumpy start too with the level of play just because of the layoff, and maybe it is that. Fouled off to the right, 2-2. Tyler Hill awaiting the pitch from Garrett Granitz, and it's ball 3. Another full count. Slapped foul. That got into the seating area down the right field line in a hurry. Lights are on. One thing we're accustomed to, and it's great seeing again the beautiful sunsets over the left center field wall at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Definitely worth the wait every night. It's a beautiful night here. 3-2. Granitz to Hill, and it's ball 4. No, it's not. It's strike 3 call. He was headed to first, and that one gets called a strike. And Granitz is fanned as second.
That is the 7th strikeout of the game for the Stormers.
With 2 outs, here's Darian Sanford, who is 1 for 2 with a walk. He has scored a run. Granitz is now retired 3 in a row. First pitch fades outside and low. Ball 1, no strikes. That's across. Make it 2-1. Caleb Gindel is almost a 5th infielder out and left against Sanford. He doesn't want another, dropping in front. That helps set that 4-run 4th inning. Well, it is 2 balls and a strike now. They reset the count on the scoreboard. I think that's what Bill Worthington just indicated. I went the board. I thought I missed a pitch. Swing and a miss. Sanford batting 2-2. 2 outs, nobody on. We're in the top of the 5th with York leading 7-0. Two is on the way from Granitz. Bounce back to the Hill. Granitz fumbles it. He's not going to get Sanford from that. And then Garrett throws it away, but it stays in play. It's backed up by Mercedes, who tags Sanford, but Darian hadn't made the turn. Melvin thought it was worth the try. Now that'll be an error on Granitz. Garrett is usually such a great fielder. He made a play on the road triple, wonderful backhanded lunging play. And here, an easy comebacker by Sanford. The speed of Darian forces you to rush. The Barnstormers guilty of their first error of the game. It perpetuates the 5th inning. Figueroa, the batter, has not been retired. 2 singles and a walk. He has scored twice. Sanford takes off. The pitch is a ball nobody got over to cover. But Darian Sanford has his 7th stolen base of the year. He stole over 200 as a Barnstormer from 2017 to 19, and he spent a half season in the Nationals organization. Granitz spins and stares Sanford back to second. The situation would dictate that he wouldn't steal third right now. But with Sanford, you never know. How many times did we see him steal second and then third on the next pitch? Figueroa takes a ball up, and it's 1-1. Next offering, banged out the right field, giving chase is Galen. But he's got to take it on a couple of hops, and it gets away from Blake. Around to score is Sanford. Into second goes Figuera. And that may be a single and an error. Definitely an RBI for Figuera. It's now 8-0. And indeed, an error charged to Galen as well. Melky Mesa to the plate. He singled in 2 runs in the 4th inning, and that really solidified the lead for the Revs, and now they just keep building on it. Pitches outside from Granite's for a ball. It's 1-0. People may be growing restless, wanting Ross to make a change. There's nothing Ross can do. Not a thing right now. He is boxed in. Foul ball back. Mesa bats at 1-1. He had, coming in here, a starting rotation that would have been a pennant-winning starting rotation. And out of those, realistically, we have gotten 4 starts. Fly ball left. It's deep out there. Gindel is back to make the catch, retiring Mesa. But it's another run for York. This one is an unearned tally. 2 hits, 2 errors. 1 man left on base. Bottom of the 5th rolls around with the score. The York Revolution 8 and the Lancaster Barnstormers nothing.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Blake Galen ready to lead off the home half of the 5th inning. Galen has walked both his plate appearances in the 1st and again in the 3rd. York with a huge lead. Here's the pitch to Galen, swinging a drive down the right field line. Back it goes, and it is in play, but off the wall. Galen around first, and he's got to pull up there. So we'll have to wait at least one more at bat for number 100. He didn't elevate that enough. Galen remains perfect tonight. Mercedes steps in. The Barnstormers with 3 hits off of Von Schaman. Blake Galen out to a lead. Mercedes takes a ball off the outside corner. It is 1-0. Double and a fly out so far for Mercedes. Galen inches off first to Melvin. Good looking swing. He fouled it back, maybe a little bit off balance. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Everybody you talk to on the administrative side of the Barnstormers is thrilled with the turnout tonight when you consider everything folks have been through for the last 15 months. Mercedes scalds that into right field. He almost hit Galen with it. And a base hit. Up with it in a hurry is Crawford, but the Barnstormers have men at first and second, and their biggest threat of the ball game. Kelly Dugan to the plate. He is 0 for 1 with a walk. Lancaster trying to roar back here and put some runs on the board in the bottom of the 5th. It's to the point where you need about 5 runs, and now they're saying the ball hit Galen. Blake leapt out of the way. The first base umpire, John Ramsey, I thought signaled safe initially, but he has called Galen out. And that will put an out on the board and cancel a base runner. It must have just grazed him in Ramsey's mind. Ross Peoples is over there to argue. Galen is making the claim that he avoided the ball. It was scorched by Mercedes, and as luck would have it, it must have grazed Galen coming through, so he is out 3 unassisted. Mercedes still gets his base hit. And such is the way this night's going for the Lancaster Barnstormers. They had a rally building, and they get an out because their base runner is apparently, and it wasn't terribly obvious, nicked by the baseball, and he's out automatically. Kelly Dugan comes to the plate. Blake Allemond is on deck, and it's one of those nights where absolutely nothing is going right for the Barnstormers. One out, one on. Dugan steps in. And credit Rashad Crawford for playing that Galen drive well and holding him to a single. Fouled away by Dugan. It is 0-1. I think the ball hit by Mercedes was hit well enough to get away from Franco. Galen was over there claiming he wasn't hit at all. It certainly wasn't hit flush because the ball got pretty cleanly through. Dugan takes the ball down low. It is 1-1. So add that to the 2021 saga of bizarro world in which we find ourselves. To Dugan. Beaten foul over toward Allemond in the on-deck circle, and then if the inning should continue, the Barnstormers would have to pinch hit for Granite's. 8-0 York, lower half of the 5th inning. And what a tough break right there. Over the top, 1-2, that's scorched up the middle and a base hit into center. Mercedes is going to pull up around the second base bag, drawing a throw in from Sanford, which was a little bit high, but backed up. Well, that's 3 hits in a row off von Schamann here in the 5th inning. The batter will be Allemond, who has walked twice. And it is Trayvon Robinson into the on-deck circle. The Barnstormers with a chance, but what this inning could have been. 3 straight singles to open up the 5th, but an out on a base running mishap. Breaking ball is outside, 1-0. I mean, Galen did everything possible to avoid that baseball, and he thought he got out of its path. John Ramsey feels otherwise. Allemond goes after the 1-0 and pops it up. Infield fly rule in force here calling for it is the second baseman Dunton. Alimond is retired, and the Barnstormers still can't come up with a big hit. Trayvon Robinson batting for Granites. Now here is Trayvon Robinson with 2 outs and 2 on. Robinson riding a bit of a hitting streak coming in here. He missed the 7th game of the road trip last night. He's a little bit hobbled. Trayvon going for it all, swings and misses. It is no balls and a strike. He's batted safely in 4 in a row, 1 hit per game. A double and 2 runs batted in on the trip. He's hitting 182. Runners lead off first and second. Von Schamann to the plate. Robinson with a flare out the left. It's going to be in for a base hit. Here comes Mercedes, and the shutout is broken. Trayvon Robinson with an RBI single in the left field. Just a flare, but good enough. The 4th Barnstormers hit of the inning. Lancaster finally getting a 2-out RBI hit. Anderson De La Rosa will come to the plate. Dugan holds at second. Robinson aboard with the RBI single. Lancaster has not starved for base runners by any means in this game. They've had a dozen. We'll see if De La Rosa can come through. Anderson still hasn't put a ball in play. And now Ross Peoples signaling into his dugout. I think the Barnstormers may still be bitter over that call earlier in the inning, but we shall see. Eight-1 ball game. I guess somebody was thrown out, and it might have been Galen. Ross Peoples suddenly was yelling over, no, we're going to pinch run for Robinson because he is a little bit hobbled. That is what this all was. It looked more like Ross was yelling in the direction of the first base dugout, and the fans seem to be disgruntled, but it's just a pinch runner. Now here is De La Rosa with Dugan at second. And there's a line drive clearing the shortstop and a base hit. Dugan will come home. De La Rosa delivers. And it's 8-2. On the 5th single of the inning. Boy, what it could be if it weren't for what could best be described as an accident.
Running at second base for the Barnstormers, number 18, Andrew Chitura.
So it's Chitura as the pinch runner.
Shortstop, Cleo Luis.
He was last night's starter, not somebody you're going to need down the road. Cleo Luis Rondon steps in. He is 1 for 2. The Barnstormers do have a couple of players with big league time on the way. The arrival time still TBA. Ball is outside, 1-0 to Rondon. 1 pitcher, 1 outfielder. Cleo with a good-looking swing and a foul ball back. It's 1-1. He has hit a couple of pop flies out the left. One fell in. The other was handled by Mesa. The one that carried back a little bit more. The Barnstormers now have matched the Revs' total in base hits at 7 each. And the walk differential is only 1. And yet it's 8-2. That's hard to fathom. 1-1. Taken upstairs. Ball 2 and a strike. Devon Torrance waits on deck. The DH spot, held by Nelly Rodriguez, starts off the 6th inning. So you know Mark Mason wants Von Schaman to finish the 5th. It looked like that would be elementary to Rondon. The second strike taken, it's 2-2. Chatora, the runner at second, De La Rosa behind him at first. A 5-hit inning. Blake Galen nicked on the Mercedes base hit, created one of the outs. To Rondon, 2-2, a swing and a miss. He has gone on strikes to end it. It's 2 runs, 5 hits with no errors and 2 left for the Barnstormers. They have now left 10 runners on base in the ball game. And at the end of 5, it is the York Revolution 8 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 2.
What's the quickest route home?
With Amazon Alexa compatibility and the advanced Lexus safety system, the Lexus NX is modern utility for the modern world. Because modern obstacles require modern solutions. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Amazon Alexa and all related logos are trademarks of Amazon.com Inc. or its affiliates. Not all Amazon Alexa functionality is available for in-vehicle use.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Jamarcus Lang will make his second Atlantic League appearance. He flew in on Wednesday and got tossed right into the ball game, and it didn't go well for him. He gave up 4 runs in a third of an inning. 22-year-old from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Jamarcus Lang. And if I think back, there have probably been some Barnstormers players thinner than Jamarcus, but not many. He is 6'2", 170 pounds, and he doesn't even look that. He is a veritable beanpole. Really likable young fella is Jamarcus Lang, and he faces Nelly Rodriguez to lead off the 6th. Von Schaman finishing the bottom half of the 5th inning earns Rodriguez another plate appearance. A ball is high. It is 1-0. Rodriguez with a 3-run homer, the biggest blow in the game. He has also struck out and he has walked. It is 8-2 in favor of York here in the 6th inning. Lang is upstairs again. for a 2-ball and no strike count. Again, Jamarcus spent 2019 in a Texas Rangers uniform in their camp club out in Arizona, in the Arizona League, which still exists. Those leagues still exist. But the Appalachian League, the Pioneer League have gone by the wayside. The NYP League totally has gone by the wayside. The Appalachian League is now for college players, and the Pioneer League became another independent league. Lang works to Rodriguez. Here's a 3-0. Just below the knees, and ball 4. Jamarcus kind of curious as to where that one was. 14th walk of the night, and Carlos Franco will come to the plate. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run batted in. Barnstormers started the night in first place, and there's still the makings of a very good ball club here. A ball is inside, and Lang has been off the mark with all 5. Franco is 0 for 2, but has drawn a bases-loaded walk to drive in a run. York 8, the Barnstormers 2, top 6. Rodriguez leads from first base. Lang to the plate, and he zeroes in. 1 ball and 1 strike. We saw this in the first spring training game, even with Sussex high and tight, sends Franco scrambling. 2-1. Barnstormers walked more than 10 in that contest. So you know it's not entirely attributable to the automated system. I'm not sure any of it is, really. But boy, have there been walks, and walks, and walks, and walks. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Wasn't there a line about walks from, like, not Field of Dreams, Bull Durham? Didn't Crash Davis have a line about walks? Lancaster pitching. Has issued 8 now tonight. Ball 3 is high on Franco. It's 3-2. The payoff is due, and it is inside. Lang has walked back-to-back hitters. Runners are at first and second for Rashad Crawford. He is 0 for 2 and has drawn a bases-loaded walk.
Now batting the right fielder, Rashad Crawford, with Yankees barbecue player of the game.
And Ross Peoples is using, I'm pretty sure, his 3rd and final mound visit, and we're only in the 6th inning. Well, you can see Gindel and Galen pitching again tonight, as they did on Wednesday. The arms are depleted. Danny Taggart pitches tomorrow night. Somehow the Barnstormers are just going to have to weather these rough seas until they can get a starting rotation pieced back together. And again, this is beating up the bullpen too. A lot of those guys have been overly used. First and second, nobody out. Lang goes to work on Crawford, and there's a quality pitch in the zone. Nothing in one. Jamarcus deals it, bounces up there, and is saved nicely by Anderson De La Rosa. De La, in his 4th season as a Barnstormer, he turns 37 in another couple of months. A venerable veteran. Sage catcher, can help out the younger pitchers quite a bit. 1 ball and 1 strike. The count on Crawford. 2 on, none out here in the 6th inning. Lang ready to go. He misses inside. That gets away from De La Rosa. They got crossed up. That one has to be a pass ball. Runners now at 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. And a 2-1 count. First base is open, but in an 8-2 ball game, that's pretty inconsequential. Infield will pull tight for the Barnstormers, who just don't want to give up any more runs. Crawford awaits the 2-1 offering. Lang ready to go. He'll fire, and it's ball 3 as it heads in high. Three balls and a strike. And he walked them, and he's walked the bases loaded. Ten bases on balls now. The high in a game, by the way, was last Saturday night. The Barnstormers and Honey Hunters combined to walk 20. Tonight is approaching it. We're at 16. Josh Fitters, the batter, he is 0 for 3, and Lang is low for a ball. I believe he has missed with 13 out of 16. The runner at 3rd is Rodriguez. Franco is at 2nd. Crawford is at 1st. And here comes Ross Peoples once again. And that is going to be the end for Jamarcus Lang. 3 walks. He can't get an out. He leaves with the 1-0 count on Vitters. And while we have a change, let's hear from our good friend and presenting sponsor of Barnstormers Baseball here on YouTube, Adam Gockenauer.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gockenauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gockenauers.com. Thanks for your support.
When everyone has a different craving, Wickerman's Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
Here's Donald Goodson taking over in the top of the 6th inning with the bases loaded on walks. He inherits a 1-ball, no-strike count. Donald Goodson getting all the work he can handle. He's in for the 6th time in 8 games with mixed results. Goodson, through his first 5 efforts, is 0-1. He's gone 4 1/3 innings, giving up 9 hits, 3 earned runs. He has walked 2, and he has struck out 3. He has a loss on his blotter. He was charged with the loss Sunday in the extra inning game at Gastonia. Bases loaded, nobody out. Josh Vitters, the scheduled batter, he is 0 for 3. Infield is pulled in on the left side, double play depth on the right side, and to Vitters. Goodson finds the range for a called strike. It is 0-1. Hard throwing right-hander, but he also has a great changeup. Swing and a miss, and there it is to Vitters, 0-2. This will be a big out for Goodson to get and try and settle this inning down and this game down, speed it along. He is low, and that's now 2 balls and 2 strikes because the count was 1-0 when Goodson took over. Vitters batting at 2-2. He had some time in the major leagues with the Chicago Cubs all the way back in 2012. 12 out of 99 with a couple of homers and 5 driven in. Here's a 2-2 way upstairs, ball 3. The Revs have already had 2 bases-loaded walks in the game tonight. They're on the verge of a 3rd. And there's no question whatsoever the Barnstormers need help in the pitching department. 3-2. And the payoff is ball 4 to Vitters. So Goodson comes on and walks 1, and that's 11. For the Barnstormers staff in the game, the batter will be Andrew Dunton, 0 for 2 with a walk. I would have to look back through. I had a technical problem during the winter, and a lot of the club records are no longer at my fingertips. But this is approaching a franchise record. High pop-up as Dunton goes after the first pitch. Sprinting back, De La Rosa. Does he have room? He does, but he drops the ball. And that keeps Dunton alive at no balls and a strike. We'll see if Joel Schreiner charges De La Rosa with an error. Granitz and Galen each made one in the 5th inning. It was tough because it was up against the screen, and I think that Joel is going to be compassionate and not assign De La Rosa an error. Could go either way. He had it and he lost it. No balls and 1 strike to Dunton. The next pitch is high. It is ball 1, strike 1. The walks will lead to less than crisp defense. It happens virtually every time. 1-1 with the bases loaded, nobody out, and it's popped up foul out of play, make it 1-2. We are just in the Top of the 6th inning. It is 9-2, thanks to that last walk to Dutton. Ground ball pulled foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the continuing count. Rendon playing up a bit. Mercedes back deeper. It is low, and it's 2-2. Goodson working to Dutton, who could have been retired. It was a tricky play because De La Rosa was just about at the screen. Swung on and missed. There's out number 1. Goodson trying to settle some things down. 8 strikeouts now for Lancaster pitching. Tyler Hill to the plate, 1 for 3 with a run scored. Tyler Hill to the plate. Franco at third, Crawford at second, Vitters at first, and just 1 out. A run home. It is 9-2 York. Goodson deals and fully extends De La Rosa. Anderson able to save that one. Ball 1, no strikes. The Barnstormers have had 13 base runners. They finally got a couple guys over in the 5th inning. Could have been a bigger inning if Galen had been able to completely elude the smash off the bat of Mercedes. Blake thought he did. Hill now batting at 2-0 against Goodson. 6th batter this inning, and the ball really hasn't officially been put in play. Strike taken on the inside corner. It is 2-1. Fired onto the outside corner. Hill looking at that, and we get to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Checking the other scores around the Atlantic League. Lexington leads West Virginia 12-6 in the top of the 6th. High Point up 3-0 over Gastonia, bottom 7. And Southern Maryland 7-0 over Long Island at the end of 7. Ball 3 is outside and low. It is 3-2. So this Northern Division looks like it's going to tighten quite a bit after tonight. Here's the payoff to Hill, and there is the 5th walk of the inning. And the 12th of the ball game. That will tie a season high. Darian Sanford to the plate. He has 1 of the walks. Everybody in the York lineup has walked in this game. All 9 starters. It is 10-2, a 5-walk inning, and Goodson misses inside and low to Darian. Ball 1, no strikes. What can Ross Peoples do? you know he's sitting there in the dugout in anguish right now. To some degree, he may not say it. He doesn't want to talk badly about anybody. You know Ross fouled away. It is a ball and a strike. But walks from his pitching staff tear him up. Sanford bats at a ball and a strike. 1 out in the inning, 1 strikeout, 5 walks. Unofficially, 33 pitches thrown without a ball in play. To Sanford, 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Darien hasn't put on an ounce. You would think at some point age would catch up with the St. Louis native. He's now 34, and there's no sign of it. 7 stolen bases on the year. Still a negative percentage body fat, I think. Swing and a miss. Goodson gets Sanford. There's the 2nd out of the inning. Goodson has walked 2 and struck out 2. Edwin Figueroa comes to the plate. He is perfect. He's batting for the 5th time in 6 innings. It's tempting to call him Figueroa. It was tempting to type Figueroa in as the name, but there is no O in Edwin's last name. Bases loaded now with 2 outs. Goodson will serve it up outside and low. Ball 1 and no strikes. The next offering, and that barely misses, to go to 2-0. Runners everywhere. And it's 10-2 York. Largely built on walks. 3-0 as Goodson is low. Crawford, the runner at third, is still Langs. Donald fires. Ball 4 is low. That forces in another run. It is the 5th bases loaded walk tonight for the York Revolution offense. 5 of the 11 runs on bases loaded walks. The Lancaster staff has issued 13, and Ross Peoples is back out there. We're only in the top of the 6th inning. It is 11-2. And Ross can't know what to do. He's bringing all the fielders around him. He doesn't have anybody throwing in the bullpen. But he's got to make a change. And he's going to bring Galen in from right field. And he may send Goodson out to right. That is an option. And I think that may be what he has in mind. Galen will pitch. 6 walks, 2 strikeouts in the inning. Galen is going to pitch. Goodson is going to play the infield. He goes to second, it looks like, which could shift Mercedes to the outfield. Lang walked 3. Goodson has walked 3. It's 11-2 as Blake Galen takes over. Galen notched a win a couple of years ago for Oklahoma City. That he was completely a two-way player back in his early days in the South Coast League with Anderson and out in, I believe it was the precursor of the Pacific Association. Might even have carried that name out in his native California. So he's going to take over. And we're going to take a break and pause for these messages.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gochenauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4th-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gochenauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gochenauers.com. Thanks for your support.
When everyone has a different craving, Wickerman's Meals to Go has it all.
Now, Melky Mesa has stepped in against Blake Galen, who misses with his first pitch. 9th man to bat. We haven't had a ball in play. Ground or foul. And Galen is even at 1-1. Donald Goodson just went straight out to right field. So that is where he is now. We saw Galen and Gindel exchange gloves the other night between pitcher and first base in the 13-4 loss at High Point. Line to left by Mesa. That is in for a base hit. 1 run will score. They're going to wave a second run across. Vitters and Hill come home on the 2-run single by Mesa. He has driven in 4 tonight. And it is now 13-2. Well, Galen gives up a 2-run single. And those runs belong to Goodson. It's a 5-run inning. Lang charged with 3, Goodson 2. Galen goes to work on Nelly Rodriguez, who still gets to bat. The pitch is low, bounces away from De La Rosa. And I think that one's going to be a wild pitch. Good crowd tonight, 51-88. Once again, the Barnstormers' scheduled starter for this game, Brooks Hall, accepted an offer from the Milwaukee Brewers, his original, or maybe not his original organization, the organization where he was before he came to Lancaster in 18. He took off. Dominic DeSabatino, who pitched 2 innings on Wednesday night, worked as far as he could. Fouled back. Rodriguez is batting at 1-2. The Barnstormers are down 13-2. York has only 8 hits and 1 for extra bases. Ball 2 is low on Rodriguez. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're only in the top of the 6th inning, and the ball game is approaching 3 hours in length. Two, and Rodriguez waits back on it, fouling it off. Mesa, the first batter of the inning to put the ball in play. He was the 9th man to step in. There had been 6 walks and 2 strikeouts. Mesa bangs the single. That's followed by the wild pitch. Galen comes back, and there's a swing and a miss. Rodriguez is out. The Barnstormers pitchers strike out the side in the inning. Around that, though, a lot of harm. 5 runs on only 1 hit with no errors officially, and 2 runners were left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th with York leading 13-2.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Devon Torrance will be facing Edward Paredes, a left-hander with major league experience. The second rout in a row for York. They won 20-5 last night. They're up 13-2 tonight after a 1-5 start. Torrance batting right-handed against Paredes, 6 foot, 180-pound left-hander from Santiago in the Dominican Republic. He is 34 years of age, and he misses to Devon. It is ball one and no strikes. Lancaster has had some accomplishments at the plate. 13 base runners, 7 hits, and 6 walks tonight. But they haven't really been able to cash in with a big hit. Ball 2 is outside to Torrance, 2-0. But Shaman kind of fortunate in ways. He gave up 7 hits and 6 walks in 5 innings, but only 2 runs. Torrance swings and misses at a tricky changeup out of the left hand of Paredes. It is 2-1. Switch hitter batting right, awaiting the 2-1 offering. It is down and in for ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. Paredes is in his 3rd game. He's given up 2 hits and 2 runs in 2 innings. Three balls, 1 strike to Torrance, and he gets ball 4. The Barnstormers pick up their 7th walk. That is number 20. It ties last Saturday for the season high, and it's the 100th walk this year in a Barnstormers game. Now here is John DeZamba.
The third baseman, Joe DeZamba.
He's in Gindle's spot. DeZamba with a beautiful looking double in the 9th inning last night. He takes ball 1 outside and low, 1-0. Paredes works to DeZamba, and John screams that foul down the right field side. Bidding for another double. So DeZamba's gone to 3rd. Aleman has gone to left. We've seen Andrew Kachura as a pinch runner tonight. Donald Goodson in the outfield. Beautiful breaking ball, swing and a miss. DeZamba bats at 1-2. Blake Galen, the pitcher, waits on deck. And he's perfect at the plate tonight. 2 walks and a single. 1 ball, 2 strikes. To the plate, DeZamba swings and misses. Fooled by the 3/4 delivery of Paredes and all the off-speed stuff. Now Galen steps in. He has walked twice and singled. 1 out of 1 in the ball game this evening. The Barnstormers with 1 out, 1 on in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Melvin Mercedes waits on deck. Here's the pitch to Galen, fouled away. Now this would be a great time in a lot of ways for him to get that 100th home run. Not that it would mean a lot on the scoreboard, but I think it would mean a lot to energize this audience. 51-88, it's a great turnout, all things considered. The best opening day attendance we've had in the Atlantic League. Next offering, breaks to the outside corner. Paredes is ahead 0-2. Torrance aboard on the base on balls. He's still at first base, now with 1 out. And Galen is on the ropes against Paredes at 0-2. Here's the pitch. It doesn't get all the way back to the inside corner, and I'm not sure Paredes wanted it to. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. Bit of a breeze blowing out the right field. It's a splendid night weather-wise. Can't argue with that one bit. And everybody's glad to be back at the ballpark. Here comes the 1-2. Instead, Paredes goes to first base. And darting back is Devon Torrance. I don't know. He's going to be running in a 13-2 game. You're going to have lopsided ball games over the course of a season. They happen. To Galen, he swings and misses. Paredes is fanned 2 in a row. And Melvin Mercedes will step in. 2 for 3 tonight. He's batting .407 on the campaign. What a start for Melvin. He's fielded very well, and he has been tremendous at the plate. Batting right-handed here against Paredes. Torrance, the runner at first base, now with 2 outs. And a Mercedes, a strike taken. It is 0-1. Left-hander comes back. Mercedes pops this up to left field. It's got a lot of hang time to it. Will anybody get there? And yes, the shortstop, Figueroa, does. It ends the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and Lancaster leaves 1. We're done with 6 tonight here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. The scoreboard reads York 13 and Lancaster 2.
Bummer, the Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
You don't need to understand how available adaptive variable suspension works, or how pre-collision cameras detect pedestrians in low light. You don't need to understand any of the craft that went into the Lexus ES to feel it. With outstanding connectivity and standard Lexus Safety System Plus 2.0, experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
LSS Plus 2.0 and the pre-collision system with pedestrian detection are not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practice. See owner's manual for additional limitations and details.
Blake Galen moves back to right. Yoel Espinal is on the hill here in the 7th inning.
Leading off for the Revolution, the first baseman, Carlos Franco.
6th pitcher used by the Barnstormers in the game. 13 walks allowed. Runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Revs. They have stranded 9, 2 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors. Lancaster's left 11. Espinal's first pitch is high and outside. It is ball 1. Way out there for ball 2. Swinging a foul back. 2 balls, 1 strike, the count. We mentioned York last night scored 20 runs in the finale at Gastonia. 20-5 was that final. In 4 hours and a minute, they had 17 hits. 3-1 now on Franco. And Gastonia pitching walked 13 last night and struck out 14. Here's the 3-1. It is outside. 14 walks given up by Lancaster pitching. Here is Rashad Crawford. He has walked 2. A run scored, a run batted in. Because he has walked twice. Just starting the top of the 7th inning here tonight. Down low, it is a ball, 1-0 on Crawford. Espinal gets a pitch in the zone. It is 1-1. And Yoel misses. It's 2-1. Espinal, throughout his career, has had issues with control, but he's gotten a lot of strikeouts. Well, the walks have been there this year. Now Crawford with a fly ball out the left. That, I believe, is Alamond out there, but there have been so many changes, it's gotten tough to track.
Third baseman Josh Vitters.
1 out, 1 on. After the fly ball by Crawford, Josh Vitters comes in. He drove bases loaded walk last inning. Southern Maryland behind Darrell Thompson, who shut out Long Island. They actually had a bigger crowd than we have here tonight, 59-62 at Regency Furniture Stadium, and I believe that is their home opener. Fastball in, a called strike. It is 0-1. Espinal in his 5th game, and now gives up a line drive base hit out the left. Vitters has his first hit. That's number 9 for York.
Second baseman Andrew Dunton.
Andrew Dunton, 0 for 3 with a walk, will step in. DeZamba, the third baseman for the Barnstormers. Alimond in left field. Galen's back and right. First and second with 1 out. York already ahead 13-2 with Dunton batting. Espinal fires high and inside, ball 1. Way in there. It's 2-0. York, barring a double play or a base running mishap, will finish its 5th turn of the batting order here in the 7th inning. Ball 3 is too close to Dunton. It is 3 balls and no strikes. Andrew Dundon played at Marshall University in West Virginia. He'll look at a strike to get the 3-1. Dominic DeSabatino retired the side in order back in the 3rd inning. He struck out the side. And there is ball 4 to load the bases. 15 walks, and now I am certain it is a franchise record. And at the same time, remember, Barnstormers pitchers have struck out 10. Catcher Tyler Hill steps in with the bases loaded and 1 out. Hill has struck out twice, he has singled, and he has walked. York has picked up 5 bases loaded walks in the game. And Hill bats with the sacks full here in the 7th inning. It is 1-0 in this 13-2 contest. Strike on the outside corner. It gets away from De La Rosa. 1-1. One of the runs has been unearned. That was the one that crossed in the 5th inning on the error by Granite's on Darian Sanford. That opened the way to that run. A partial swing. He went, says John Ramsey. And Tyler Hill bats at a ball and 2 strikes. One of the things they actually need to look at with this double hook rule is what it has done to the margins of victory. And I think they have exploded. I mean, when you stop to think about it, 2 nights ago, the Barnstormers lost by 9. Last night, they won by 7. York won by 15 last night. There are some lopsided games. 1 and 2 inside, and Hill gets hit, so it's a bases loaded HBP to force in another run. make it 14-2. And we're back around to Darian Sanford up there for the 6th time tonight. Sanford batting left-handed. Ross is just about out of arms. I don't know how much else he can do. That's inside to Sanford for a ball, 1-0. Opening night here at Clipper Magazine Stadium after a nearly 90-week wait. Tapped foul, it's 1-1. And a great family reunion we've had here tonight. I've witnessed so many hugs and handshakes in the crowd, people who have not seen each other since that last game played here September 15th of 2019. That was also against York. 1 ball, 1 strike with the bases loaded and 1 out. Sanford pops it up. Infield fly in force here. The catch is made by Rondon, and they've got a runner doubled off third base. Josh Vitters, what was he doing? 6-5 on the double play, and that will help for now. It is 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, 2 runners stranded. We're at the 7th inning stretch. It is York 14 and the Barnstormers 2.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Bottom half of the 7th inning, Alberto Rodriguez taking over on the hill. He is a right-hander for the York Revolution. Rodriguez from Havana, lives in Tampa now. He pitched for the Road Warriors in 2018. 6'1" and 225 pounds. He's 29 years of age. Kelly Dugan steps in. He is 1 for 2. And has a run scored. Down low to Kelly for a ball. It is 1-0. York with a 14-2 lead. Again, the gap in base hits is only 9-7. Dugan turns on one and hits it lofty fly ball foul down the right side. 1 ball and 1 strike now. Eighth consecutive Barnstormers game, taking over 3 hours. Dugan a swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Paredes worked last inning, walked 1, struck out 2. Foul ball back. Barnstormers still have had some trouble hitting left-handed pitching this year with this largely left-handed lineup that, of course, you instinctively put into this ballpark. Torrance, Robinson, Mercedes, and Alemond are switch hitters. Dugan succumbs. He swings and misses. 1 away, and here is Alemond, the left fielder. 0 for 1, 2 walks, and a pop-up for Alemond tonight. One out, nobody on base. Lancaster.
Is this better for you?
Here's the pitch to Alemond. It is low. Ball 2 is low. 2-0 to Alemond. On deck is Espinal. He's going to bat for himself. Barnstormers pitchers are 0 for 4. Junior Rincon probably had the best looking at bat. He almost beat out a bunt the other night. It just went foul. Alemond with the edge in the count. There's a strike at the knees to get to 2-1. The wind, the Rodriguez pitch, lined and a base hit into right field. Hit number 8 for the Barnstormers in the game. They have not had that bad of a night at the plate. They really haven't. Espinal will step in. Maybe he can deliver the Barnstormers' first hit by a pitcher. It's tough. Espinal, 6'2", well-built right-hander, batting from the right side of the plate. Alemond leads off first. Espinal takes a ball out on the outside corner. It is 0-1. Rincon had batted once in his career. And there's a drive to the gap in left center field in for a base hit. Yoel Espinal has done it. He has a single. And runners are at first and second with 1 out. Well, the Barnstormers pitching staff is off the schneid. The first professional at bat for Yoel Espinal. And it's a line single into left center field. How about that? John Anderson, I remember, in the last game of the season a few years ago at York, had, I think it was either the winning base hit or an insurance base hit in extra innings. Now here is Anderson De La Rosa, who singled in a run Back in the 5th inning. He takes a strike. It's 0-1. How about Yoel Espinal? There's the highlight of the night. And the hits are even now at 9. Lancaster with just one extra base hit, a double by Mercedes back in the 1st inning. De La Rosa bats 0-1 against Rodriguez and pulls out of there. The pitch twisted inside on him, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Cleo Luis Rondon waits on deck. Lancaster has had 16 base runners in 6 1/3 innings. They've not exactly been quiet. But the Barnstormers have stranded 11. And I suppose if you're going to do that, do it on the night when the other team scores 14 runs. 1-1 to De La Rosa. That drives him out of the batter's box. 2 balls and a strike. That's got to make Espinal feel pretty good. I mean, that was no cheapy-doo. That was a pretty loud hit. 2-1. And De La Rosa hits it in the air to center. Playable for Sanford coming in. He's there for out number 2, and Rondon will bat. 1 out of 3 for Cleo Luis tonight. The Barnstormers are out of position players except for the other catchers, Peroni and Rosado. They've used everybody. Rondon is 1 out of 3. Hard hit ground ball. Backhanded stop made by Franco over at first. It'll end the inning. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and Lancaster strands 2 more. That's 13. And we will go to the 8th inning as York leads by a score of 14-2.
Did you know that the 2021 Lancaster Barnstormers Club has 2 players headed to the Summer Olympic Games in Tokyo, Japan? That's right, our own Blake Galen and Jared Lakin are on their way to the Olympics as members of Team Israel. To help celebrate our 2 Olympians, Clipper Magazine Stadium will play host as Team Israel will take on the Susquehanna Valley Stars at noon on Saturday, July 17th as part of their training camp before heading to the Tokyo Games. For ticket information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com's events link.
There are those who say,
leave well enough alone.
If it isn't broken, don't fix it.
You don't mess with success.
while others have something quite different to say. The Lexus RX, with dynamic handling and available 12.3-inch touchscreen. It's the best-selling luxury crossover of all time. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
We go to the 8th inning in a 14-2 game. Yoel Espinal, fresh off his base hit in his first professional at bat, faces Edwin Figuera, who's not been retired all night long. He is 3 for 3 with 2 walks. It is inside, ball 1 to him, 1-0. Espinal last inning gave up 2 walks, hit a batter, and allowed 1 single and a run. He reaches the top of the inside corner for a strike, and it is 1-1. We're in the top half of the 8th inning at Clipper Magazine Stadium, opening night here. The 1-1 pitch hits him. Espinal hits his second of this game, and Shunsuke Watanabe holds the franchise record for hitting batters in a season, and it could be jeopardized. Espinal has hit 5, and he's only in his 5th appearance and in his 5th inning. Figuera's on for the 6th time. Here is Melky Mesa, who has 2 singles, a walk, and 4 runs batted in. Right-handed action ongoing in the bullpen for the York Revolution. The Barnstormers have nowhere to go. York 14, Lancaster 2. Yoel Espinal, fastball high and inside. And ball 1 on Mesa. (51-88). The crowd here tonight at Clipper Magazine Stadium enjoying all the festivities, but I'm afraid, with the exception of the handful from across the river, not necessarily the ball game. Inside to Mesa, it's 2-0. Infielders looking to turn 2. That runs in high. Mesa bats 3-0. Fastball poured in there. We get the 3-1. The pitcher spot is on deck for the Revs. Nelly Rodriguez got to bat 5 times as the DH tonight. That's going to be a rarity. Ball 4 is inside, and there is walk 16. And now I know it's a franchise record. Here comes Ross, and Galen's going to come back in. He could do that. He's still in the game. I've not seen it in the Atlantic League before, but Blake Galen is being brought in to the mound twice. And Espinal will go out to right field. Galen gave up a 2-run single and then struck a batter out back in the 6th inning, and Ross is going to go to him again.
Please, Jamie Kurtz, please report the fan services. Jamie Kurtz, the fan services.
How do I mark that on the scorecard? That he is eligible to pitch again.
Changes for the Barnstormers coming back into pitch from right field, number 2, Blake Galen. And moving to right field, number 26, Yoel Espinal.
We are truly living in bizarro world. Never thought I'd see the day where something like this would happen. It is 14-2 York. They have 2 runners on here in the 8th inning on a hit batter and a walk. 28 Revs have reached base in this game. 9 have earned their way on by swinging the bat. Nelly Rodriguez had homered, struck out twice, and walked twice in this spot in the batting order. And now Chris Vasquez will step in to bat officially for Alberto Rodriguez.
Hitter number 21, Chris Vasquez.
First and second with nobody out. This isn't the 7-hour bus ride. Minor league players are accustomed to those. Breaking ball stays outside for ball 1. 1-0 with Figuera at second, Mesa at first. There's ball 2 from Galen. It's tough to come into a game once, let alone twice. He gets it over, make it 2-1. And the cheer is recorded. Galen will give it everything he's got, though. 3-1 as he misses low. We're on the verge of a 17th walk. And that is it. 17 two-hit batters. And they're again loaded.
First baseman Carlos Franco.
Carlos Franco will come to the plate. 3 walks. He has flied to center and struck out. (14-2). It will get better than this, but the Barnstormers have got to get some pitching help. A strike delivered to the lefty batting Franco. It is 0-1. Galen comes back, twirls it in there, and it misses. It's ball 1, strike 1. And the electronics are heartless. Some of these pitches in a ball game like this, Bill Worthington might have been inclined to call strikes once it got out of hand. But he can't do that. The electronics are making the calls, and it drags on and on. Hard hit ground ball toward the middle. Diving try. Mercedes can't come up with it. And York politely scores only 1 as Figuera jogs home.
Right fielder Rashad Crawford, the Dickies Barbecue K-Man of the game is up to bat.
It is now 15-2. That is just the 10th hit for the Revs. The run is charged to Espinal. Mesa on to third. Vasquez at second. Franco aboard at first. And Rashad Crawford is to the plate. He is 0 for 3 with 2 walks. Breaking ball stays inside. It is 1-0. The strike delivered. It's 1-1. Galen is low with it. 2 balls and a strike. Remember, the Barnstormers have drawn 7 walks in this game, too. Swung on and missed. We get to 2-2. There's still nobody out in the top of the 8th inning. I may run out of scorecard in a 9-inning game. That's hit on the right side. 1 hop. Mercedes. He goes to Rendon 1. Back to Dugan. Not in time. Ball hit too softly. The second run of the inning comes across. And that will close out the books on Espinal. He gave up 1 run last inning. 2 more this frame. And it is now 16-2. The out on Franco went 4-6 there. First and third with 1 out. Josh Vitters the batter. He is 1 for 4. Galen deals and it's low. Ball 1, no strikes. York has scored in 5 consecutive innings. In on the hands and fouled away. The count is even at 1-1. Galen deals. That is swung on and missed. Oh, he's ahead of Vitters, 1-2. York has used 10 different batters in the game. Every single one has drawn at least one walk. Ball 2 is outside. Galen works to Vitters at 2 balls and 2 strikes. First and third with 1 out. Hard hit ground ball third. And right, it's bobbled by DeZamba, and everybody is safe. Third error by the Barnstormers.
Raffle ticket number of the game. It is A658.
Dundon will come to the plate.
07. If that's your number, take it to the Fan Service Center and congratulations. Thank you.
New Jersey native. Career Independent League guy. He tonight is 0-for-3 with 2 walks. I just realized it's Dundon, not Dunton. My mistake. A ball is outside, and it's 1-0 to him. The bases are again loaded as the Barnstormers are guilty of their 3rd error. In for a strike, it's 1-1. This is not anybody's fault. Now a high fly ball to left. Alamon retreating on that. He'll make the catch. The runner tags off of third, and Vasquez will come home to score on a sacrifice fly, and that makes it 17-2. That would have been the 3rd out of the inning. So the run charged to Galen is unearned. First and second with 2 outs. Tyler Hill, the batter. He drove in a run hit by a pitch. He's driven in a run with a bases loaded walk. The pitch is down for a ball. It is 1-0. 17-2. And it has been slow. It has been painful. It has been death by 1,000 cuts. 2 balls and no strikes. I can't imagine how tired Anderson De La Rosa is. He has had to catch all of this. York is on its 54th batter of the night with 2 outs here in the 8th, and ball 3 is high to Hill. The Barnstormers are on their 7th pitcher, including one who's been used twice in Blake Galen. Here's the 3-0. Now 3-1. But it's almost been a perfect storm here in the Atlantic League. As Hill pops it up, this should end the inning. Dugan has a play, and he'll make the catch. So it is limited to 3 runs here in the 8th inning. 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 runners are left on base. Bottom of the 8th coming up. It is now 17-2.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
Well, the Barnstormers face Isaac Sanchez for the second time this week, and you're asking, well, how is that possible? We've only played York tonight. Well, he was just acquired from High Point in a trade yesterday. He was the winning pitcher for the Rockers on Wednesday night at Truist Point. They'll face Devon Torrance to start off the bottom of the 8th inning. And Devon takes an offering low. It is ball 1 and no strikes. The hit totals York 10, Lancaster 9. If I tell you that, you'd think we have a barn burner of a game in the late innings. We have anything but. And there is ball 2. A combination of Lancaster pitchers walking 17 and Barnstormers hitters leaving 13 runners on base. By the way, York also has left 13. Torrance goes after the 2-0. He fouls it to the backstop. And we have 2 balls and 1 strike as our count. John DeZamba on deck, and then Blake Galen. Bouncing ball past the mound. Second baseman Dundon is there. He'll retire Torrance. Devon is held hitless tonight. John DeZamba, the batter. He struck out his first time up. I would have some suggestions, and I don't think anybody is going to listen to little old me. Old being the operative word. For things to get righted, and I don't mean the Barnstormers, I mean in the league. I like the idea of the double hook rule, but until these teams get enough players, it's got to be suspended, I think. Rolled up the first base line, fouled by DeZamba. It's 0-2. I mean, it's a great idea if you're carrying 25 for the first month of the season, 27 healthy players. Everybody's got a solid starting rotation and a bullpen. You've got a full bench. I think it's a great idea. But when you look at where the Barnstormers are they've been operating with 9 or 10 pitchers and trying to get through this and not having starters who can go many innings at all. DeZamba with a foul tip. He goes down on strikes for the second time. Blake Galen now the batter. 1 for 2 with a couple of walks for Galen. And he bats as the pitcher for the second time tonight. York 17, Lancaster 2. And that's one thing. 2. As Galen looks at a strike at the knees from Sanchez, it's 0-1. The second thing, Major League Baseball needs to help the Atlantic League. We're partners. And they've got to somehow help us find players. A ball is low, it is 1-1. High Point operating now with several players just out of Division 2 or 3 or NAIA. The Barnstormers are in that boat. York is in that boat. Gastonia's in that boat. Galen pops it up, and that will carry out a play. The count pushes to 1-2 on the Barnstormers pitcher. And we can get the ship righted, but I think the Atlantic League needs assistance from Major League Baseball to do it. I'm not saying that they're going to loan us players. They're actually, from what I understand, some organizations more than others, pretty thin in the ranks. 1-2, smash to second, and it eats up Dundon momentarily. He recovers and then throws the ball away from Franco, and the Barnstormers get a runner on the error. Call it a fielding error or call it a throwing error, it's an error. Melvin Mercedes to the plate, he is 2 for 4. First error by York.
The second baseman, Melvin Mercedes.
I'm just offering my humble opinion. I don't know exactly how MLB could help in that latter realm. But in the mid-30s, the number of players that have had their contracts purchased out of this league now, but the players aren't there to replace them. 0-1, and it is outside to Mercedes. A ball and a strike with Galen at first and 2 outs in this 17-2 ball game. Lined and fair down the right field line. Mercedes on his way to second, and he, for the second time tonight, has a double. They've been almost identical. Galen to third, and the Barnstormers notch their 10th hit. Kelly Dugan will step in. He is 1 for 3. The Barnstormers have not necessarily hit well with runners in scoring position tonight. They're 2 for 9. It's not terrible, and they've missed out on some other opportunities. This could have been a really good ball game if the Barnstormers had some healthy arms. A strike at the knees. It is 0-1. But this night, similar to Wednesday, where Ross couldn't even think about going to some of those top relievers. Swing and a miss. Dugan trails 0-2. Blake Alemond is on deck. He's reached base 3 times in the game. (0-2). Inside, saved nicely by Tyler Hill. Ball 1, 2 strikes the count. Top of the 9th, Darian Sanford will lead off for York, and it will be his 7th plate appearance of the game. (24 walks, 2 hit batters, 26 runners left on base. We have seen 20 hits. Mercedes with 3 of them. What a year he's having so far. Kelly Dugan bats 1-2, and the pitch swung on and missed. The Barnstormers strand 2 more, 15 for the night. No runs on a hit, no errors. 2 are left. The Barnstormers have left multiple runners on base in 6 of 8 innings. So we're on our way to the 9th with the score. The York Revolution 17 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 2.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gocknauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at gocknauers.com.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Blake Allemond is going to try his hand at pitching right now, which I believe will send Galen to left field. It does. Blake's been all over tonight. I wonder, the veteran players here, the Galens, the Gindles, the Robinsons, and the De La Rosas and the like, and those are the position players. They've experienced so much success in Lancaster. What is going through their minds tonight? Foul ball by Darian Sanford, who's batting for the 7th time. Officially, he's 1 out of 5. He has scored a couple of times. And a pop-up to Melvin Mercedes. 1 out.
Shortstop Edwin Figueroa.
Edwin Figueroa with a chance to reach base for the 7th consecutive plate appearance. He has 3 hits. He has walked twice. He has been hit by a pitch. I believe he has scored 5. Knuckleball for a strike. That's what Allemond is throwing up there. Knuckleballs. 0-1. There's another, and it's fouled off the end of the bat. Barnstormers have had Joe Gannon and Charlie Zink come through here as knuckleballers. Fly ball, center field. Torrance turned the wrong way on it, and it carries past him and rolls to the wall. Well, Figueroa with that 7th trip onto the bases. He's sprinting for third and dives in head first with a triple. Not sure why he dove. There was no throw being made. Torrance got turned the wrong way on it. He misjudged it right from the get-go. That is the 11th hit for York. Now, Figueroa has just scored 3 times. Fouled away by Mesa. No balls and a strike. Okay, that's right. He scored in the first, 4th, at the 9th. Fouled back. The Barnstormers still with Anderson De La Rosa behind the plate. Amazingly, all 17 runs have been batted in for the Revs. Inside, Mesa batting at 1-2. Allemond, the 3rd position player to take a turn on the mound this week. Ground ball shortstop. They're going to score the run, and it's 18-2. Mesa picks up his 5th RBI of the game. Allemond delivers outside for ball 1-0. This is Wellington Dotel taking a turn. Atlantic League veteran. We know him from Bridgeport and Sugar Land. He has settled into York. Fun-loving guy, Wellington Dotel, and a very talented player who amazingly only made it to A-ball. Lined out to right, hit well, and back on that goes, I guess it's Espinal still out there. He's got to play it off the boards. Allemond gives up the 2nd hit of the inning.
First baseman Carlos Franco.
Every pitcher has given up at least 1 run. It is 18-2. Carlos Franco is the batter. I'm not sure that anybody could have prepared for what has happened to the Barnstormers. 6 different starting pitchers have had their contracts purchased. The Barnstormers have not been able to find a way to replay. They replenished the originals. They got Brickhouse, they got Phil Meyer, they got Brooks Hall to come back. and it appeared the team was set and ready to go. Jared Lakin jumping into the rotation. Things looked rosy. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Phil Meyer makes the start. He's gone. Brickhouse doesn't even get to the regular season. He's gone. Brooks Hall pitched so well at Gastonia. He's now gone. Ball 2 is high, 2-2. And the Barnstormers are trying to find arms anywhere they possibly can. Swung on and missed. Aleman's out of the inning. It's a run, 2 hits with no errors, and 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 9th with York leading 18-2.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Blake Allemond will lead off for the Barnstormers against Jim Fuller. We finally reached the bottom of the 9th inning. Allemond is 1 for 2. He has walked twice. Fuller, the former closer for New Britain. He's also been at Long Island. York got him in the dispersal draft. First pitch to Allemond, slapped the third. And that will be out number 1. Hitters across the diamond. And now, here is the slugger himself, Yoel Espinal. Didn't have a great night on the mound, but he can talk about that base hit. A ringing line drive. He's now the right fielder for the beleaguered Barnstormers. 1 out, nobody on. Fuller to the plate. Espinal lurches and misses. No balls and a strike. Boy, oh boy. Let's get through this one. The Barnstormers have to regroup. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. I called this a perfect storm earlier. You're going to lose games. You're going to lose one-sided games over the course of a season. That's not where the issue lies. It's just, I know the term systemic has been used quite a bit, and with everything else going on, the Atlantic League it would pale in comparison. But there just is something happening here you can't put your finger on. And again, I don't think it's anybody's fault, but it's the reorganization of the minor leagues on top of the pandemic. Those two things combined have just led to a dearth of available players. So when you lose somebody, again, that's what this league's all about. It's always been about that. And the Barnstormers have had years where they've lost more than 7. They've lost 10, 12. But they've always been able to, at some point, find the replacements. Espinal with a swing and a miss. Now Anderson De La Rosa will step in.
Catcher Anderson De La Rosa.
But I think something has to be done. You'll look at the scores the last few nights. You look at the Gastonia York game from last night, this game, the Barnstormers in High Point 2 nights ago. There was another 14-6 game in the league tonight. And it's not hitting. If we're singles and doubles and triples and home runs, you'd say, okay, the hitters are ahead of the pitchers. The hitters are beating the pitchers. We're getting a lot of exciting play, a lot of run scoring. Fans like to see that. That would be perfectly all right. Here's the 0-1. De La Rosa waves at it for a second strike. It's 0-2. This is altogether different. York leading 18-2. And De La Rosa stays with it. He fouls it back. Two outs, nobody on base. Anderson De La Rosa bats at 0-2. Partial swing, he goes down. Fuller wraps it up. Not exactly a save, nothing across in the bottom half of the ninth. We'll be back with the line totals in just a moment. Final score, York 18 and Lancaster 2.
And the advanced Lexus safety system. The Lexus NX is modern utility for the modern world. Because modern obstacles require modern solutions. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Amazon Alexa and all related logos are trademarks of Amazon.com Inc. or its affiliates. Not all Amazon Alexa functionality is available for in-vehicle use.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Well, there's no need to belabor this anymore. We'll just go through the line totals. York 18 runs, 12 hits, 1 error, 14 left. And the Barnstormers 2 runs on 10 hits with 3 errors, 15 runners left on the bases. The win goes to Duke Van Schamen. He is 1-1. Dominic DeSabatino, the starter and loser for the Barnstormers. He is 0-1. A home run, the only one tonight, all the way back in the first inning. Nelly Rodriguez with 2 aboard. His second home run of the season. 3 hours, 59 minutes. The time of the game tonight, 51-88 was the crowd. Tomorrow night, game 2 of this series. Austin Nicely, a left-hander, 0-1, going for York. And the Barnstormers will send Danny Taggart 0-1 to the Hill. That will do it for us here this evening. Join us once again tomorrow at 6:25 as we'll bring you more Barnstormers baseball. Fireworks will follow the game again tomorrow night, by the way. Barnstormers baseball brought to you by Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg. Until then, for all the cast and crew here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you at the ballpark.